Swadikap, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, welcome to the broadcasting of the Asian Contest of Architectural Lookie Awards. And today is the workshop, right? And today is the first day of our event, the workshop day. And tomorrow will be the open jury for the contest. And this time, the theme of our workshop is the post-pandemic effects, the next frontier of future architects. And this year, the workshop have been altered into the another approach. We would like to offer you a series of talks from our four keynote speakers. And first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Thirayu Chumsayana Ayutthaya, Assistant Professor at the School of Architecture. Okay, sorry. My name is Thirayu Chumsayana Ayutthaya, the Assistant Professor at the School of Architecture and Art and Design, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lakabang, and we are in Bangkok, Thailand now. You hear me, right? Okay, sorry, because and okay, before we start the workshop now, I would like to invite the president of the Asian United Architecture Association (AUA), Dr. Lee Yong-il, to give us the opening address. Please welcome Dr. Lee. Dr. Yong-il to give us the opening address. Please welcome Dr.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good morning. In day one of the ACARA event, the host of Yudumsai and the ACARA Executive Committees in Thailand from KMITL for organizing this wonderful workshop. This next frontier of future architecture is related to architecture after COVID-19. We over the last 3 years. In this context, social and the spatial orders have been collapsed, and there is for the restoration of the broken order or the construction of a new order. The architecture is also forced to change due to the relationship with such orders. There are various ideas related to changes in architectural programs and then how to use space. The definition of what changes and what do not change, and the concept of centralization and decentralization, liberation and closure will be key. The world is finally recovering from the unprecedented event of COVID-19. In such a situation, we would like to think about what architecture after the COVID-19 should be. So today, I'm looking forward to hearing about the solution and the direction. Can you hear me?
It's a bit disconnect, right? Yeah.
No? Sorry.
Disconnect.
Disconnect.
It's lost in a certain seconds.
Connected. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? No.
Not quite clear. Not
Quite clear? Not
Oh, I think there's something like Dr. Lee and some disconnection now.
Yep.
Because it's quite stop this
Disconnection.
stop. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we can wait for him a bit. A second.
Okay. And maybe Dr. Lee, if you can maybe turn off the camera, I hope that that could help for the reconnection again.
Yeah. And
Only,
maybe
only voice could help, I hope.
yeah, because today participants, there's a lot of participants, so the bandwidth of the internet might be not quite smooth. Okay, welcome back.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Yes, maybe you can start again because
Some trouble.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Uh, what happened? Okay, sorry. Good morning, Saudika. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, clearly.
Oh, okay. Today is the day of workshop in day one of the ACARA event. The first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Antika Saudisri and Professor Chirayu Jumsai and the ACARA Executive Committee in Thailand from KMITL for organizing this wonderful workshop. This year, the theme in the workshop is post-pandemic affects the next frontier of future architecture. Is related to architecture after COVID-19. We have experienced unprecedented COVID-19 over the last 3 years. In this context, social and spatial orders have been collapsed, and there is a demand for the restoration of a broken order or the construction of a new order. The architecture is also forced to change due to the relationship with such orders. So I think there are various ideas related to changes in architectural program and how to use the space. So definition of what change and what do not change. And concepts such as concentration and decentralization, nivelation, and closure will be key. The world is finally recovering from this unprecedented event of COVID-19. In such a current situation, we would like to think about what architecture after COVID-19 should be. So today I'm looking forward to hearing about the solution and the direction of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your speech. And as the host of this year event, I would like to invite the Dean of the School of Architecture, Art and Design, um, Kim Good Institute of Technology, Lagabang, Assistant Professor Dr. Antika Sawatsi to give us the welcome message. And then I would like please, Dr. Antika.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tirayu, or I will call you TJ from now. And thank you, Dr. Lee, the president of AUA. And thank you, everyone that joining us today, including the special speaker with us for the whole day today. And also, I saw the names of the contestants already here now. And I think that would be very fruitful conversation and a lot of exchange in these 2 days workshop and um, the the tomorrow that would be the jury day. Okay, I like to share our thought from KMITL in the theme of the post-pandemic affect the next frontier of future habitat from the School of Architecture, Art and Design. Okay, so I like to share a bit my screen. Okay, of course, this is the global common ground that we face the same situation. And in our perspective, what we can foresee the challenge of the city in the near future, what will happen. Even we don't face with the pandemic, we face already the challenge about the inequality all around the world. And the pandemic itself even make this situation getting worse when different countries cannot manage how to live in the diversity and inclusion. As you see in the near future, the city really aware of the difference of people who can use the city. And we see that in the near future, the city urban design and also architects should think about how we create the city resilience and agility for everyone. For example, in Thailand now we have a big project run by the one of the university in Thailand, Chulalongkorn University. They create example of the resilience design of the public park where that can be the water storage in the flooding season. Or in our KMITL, we concern about this situation like a flooding or the climate change by creating like a designs of the floating house, which can be more resilient to the different climate change. Or how can we create affordable city for everyone, like a food store by the street. The street food is the key economic factor for everyone who cannot afford to the proper food source. So that if we can design like a shared space with the public and private, so that could help many people can afford to the good quality of food. And also, I have seen so far during the pandemic of COVID-19, many people try to adapt and change how they can survive in the big city, like affordable design that create accessible to the food for everyone. Or even how we can create the urban space can be adaptable. Like in this case, they call the central food kitchen, because when people really struggle with the lockdown, they cannot afford to create or find a food source by themselves. So the city playing this important role. And in our university as well, we try hard to make something happen in the short time. Like we create we call the swab testing box, where many people cannot access to the hospital. So, and also want to prevent the frontline, the medical healthcare staff, to prevent them from infected by COVID-19 on that time. And our university also concerned in the future what the role of the architects and urban designers should be. And we just finished one workshop, international workshop as well. And we want to share briefly here, like we noticed that the urban design nowadays and in the near future cannot only work well by only one or two disciplines. We need more diversity in terms of multidisciplinarily come together and try to sort out the challenge in the big city. Like, and that workshop, we work closely with the University of Alberta Faculty of Medicine, and we have doctor, and we have the medical doctor, and we have urban designer, interior designer, and landscape architects um, propose some thought that what the city should be in the future, in the near future. And we learned a lot that actually the new perspective, a new paradigm of seeing the city could be a good source and the tool to prevent the people from the health risks or the critical health like what we face in the pandemic. Like many part of the world, they try to create a public place that can activate people to be more healthier, and also to live and to share the public space in terms of public, rather than to produce like what we face in the industrial era. And I myself and the School of Architecture, Art and Design, we try to circulate and distribute our knowledge with the many sectors, either the state, the government, and the international platform, how we um, put and invest a lot of energy and resource to work closely with the community, different people, people with disability, elderly, and also what we like to learn from the best practice as well, like what we're gonna do today with the younger generation. Okay, and we found that the most important part of the role of education sector is provide the process of understand the city from different perspective, like the empathy approach, or to work closely with different people, try to create a city that affordable and accessible for all. And we look forward that today we have a lot of special speaker from different part of the world. We can share the good example how we can create a social inclusion, and by doing that, I believe that the social inclusion can also make the people access to the equal economic opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Dr. Antika, for a welcome message and address what AAD KMITL has done and focus on after the COVID-19. And now I would like to take this opportunity to give you a short introduction to today's agenda and our four honorable keynote speakers. Let me share the screen on the event, just a short one. More. Okay, now we are in this, yeah, we already finished the welcome session, and then we're gonna have our speakers and around 11, I mean, noon, right? We're gonna have a break, lunch break. And on in the afternoon sessions, we have two speakers and then open discussion. And we're gonna close our event around 4 o'clock, right? And now I would like to take this short moment to introduce our four speakers. For the first one, Joseph Kwan. Joseph Kwan has practiced as an architect in Australia, UK, and France, and he found the practice of UDA consultant and a specialist consultant on the universal design and accessibility in 2005. And he has over 40 years of experience in architecture, and 30 years have been focused on the project in universal design and accessibility. to the built environment, transportation, and inclusive tourism. And for this workshop, his experience, especially for the university design, as Professor Antika said, we believe that this approach will be a part of many people's life, and yeah, for sure that after COVID-19, this approach gonna be affect our life for sure. For the second speaker, um, Associate Professor Kim Yong-chun, he is a senior lecturer at the School of Architecture, Chosun University. And he also has experience as the professional architect and has interesting project in many countries, especially in London, UK, and China. And his project included commercial buildings, international design competitions, and master plan and city planning. And thank you for YC to coming today. And in the afternoon session, we will meet another two keynote speaker. Um, Firstly, in the afternoon session, we have Pratik Kane. He is an architect who has a great vision on, I think, his idea is very interesting in terms of sustainable design, and which nowadays becomes the key issue of the future development, especially after the pandemic. And his team based on Thailand, Australia, China, and India. And his architecture company named the Enter Projects focus on the establishing the local resources, which design philosophy to maintain the point of difference in context of the site location and sensitivity of its natural environment. And at the end of the talk, we have my own staff, I mean, the KMITL staff, Assistant Professor Yan Hui. Currently, he is the Assistant Professor of Architecture in AAD, and the committee member of, the committee member of the AIDT, the Architecture Intelligent Design and Design Thinking program, English program in KMITL. He also is the architect license for LIBA in UK, and with over 12 years and combined with the 6 years of academic experience. And he also involved in the big project in Hong Kong, the railway project, the design of the mass railway transportation project. And I think today we gonna see his idea about what gonna happen or what we can prepare ourselves for after the pandemic. And okay, now I think it's time for us to focus on the first keynote speaker, Joseph Kwan. But today, Joseph Kwan cannot join us, right, at Antika, and we have his speech, the record of his speech. And yeah, please take a listen to Joseph Kwan idea, what gonna happen after the COVID-19. Okay, let's the staff turn running the record.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Joseph Kwan. I'm speaking to you from Hong Kong. And thank you for inviting me to be a speaker of this 11th ACARA online workshop on the topic of post-pandemic new frontier of future architecture. It is indeed a very important topic to address as we face a new era of architecture post-pandemically. How do we deal with an environment and a situation after a disaster situation like COVID? If I may share with you the slides which I have for you, which would look at the basic concerns of people affected by such a pandemic and how these concerns and issues can be translated into a future architecture in order for us to beat situations like this. I'd like to also address this in terms of emergency. Obviously, such situation becomes an emergency, not unlike natural disasters, typhoon, or tsunami. How do we deal with this in terms of almost invisible issues like a disease and a virus? And how do we deal with that in the future of building a new architecture to prevent and avoid such issues? So without further ado, I'd like to share my PowerPoint with you and hopefully go through what I like to suggest is the way forward for building a new frontier of future architecture. Thank you. Okay, this is where we are. And what is a post-pandemic architecture? What does that look like? What does that feel like? And where do we address it? So I'd like to go back in history when the whole issue started in Hong Kong, where this 2019, it started occurring, realized it's this COVID virus is happening in the environment, and how do we respond in terms of architecturally? The way to be more inclusive, and the way to do that is basically we need to protect and empower people with disabilities and elderly people in this particular situation. And how do we use our knowledge in order to determine or consider a new frontier of future architecture? Back in 2000 of April, there were mass concerns in the community, and we basically gathered, had an online conference with our people with disabilities and elderly to say how this COVID has impacted upon their lives. We want also to hear what issues, concerns that they have. And from that, how do we address this issue to support them both through hardware and in software? And basically, we need to campaign our local leaders to lead a more inclusive approach against this battle of COVID. And the stakeholders is a cross-sector of the community in Hong Kong, include the elderly, persons with mobility challenges, visual and hearing challenges, cognitive intellectual challenges, professionals, caregivers, and the likes. The main worries, concerns that were expressed by our 3-hour conference was a number of issues. There's a lack of direct and immediate support by the government. I'm sure it happens not only in Hong Kong, but many, many Asian countries and cities. And another issue was availability and affordability of PPEs in a timely manner. I remember people lining up, queuing up just to get face masks because there were a shortage in supply. Those are issues that probably a vulnerable group like the elderly and disabled are the most disadvantaged. And there certainly is a lack of a people-centered emergency preparedness plan to develop, because that was caught us very much by surprise. And we did not at that time have any disability community preparedness resources or isolation guidelines. We need to manage an operational plan for elderly and people with disabilities. So all of these needs to be addressed. Of course, they also have the rights, and they also need to be looked after. They may not be as agile and fit to be waiting in line for several hours, even for drugs, even for masks, and even those days, simple supplies like rice and water, and even quite crazily, toilet paper, etc. So we need to address these issues that they have concern with. Therefore, these are things we need to look into. So what are the key actions government and other stakeholders can take? Basically, provide priority testing for the elderly population. We need to promote research on the impact of COVID on the health of everybody. We need to identify and remove the barriers to treatment. Basically, if they can go to a premises like a hospital or a testing center, are those fully accessible in terms of physical environment and in terms of communication? Can someone who needs sign language interpretation, can they access those health environments and get the right information from someone who provides that information in a sign language format? And we need to conduct training awareness raising for health workers, because everyone was pretty much in the dark and they don't know how to deal with this thing. And therefore we need to conduct more training and awareness for our healthcare workers. Information must be all inclusive, whether through sign language, captioning, or easy to read formats. Our caregivers maybe should be able to be exempted from the stay-at-home restrictions, because if they have to go out and treat an elderly person who are isolated at home, can they have certain exemptions from home restrictions, or is it just a blanket clause that everybody must stay at home, do not go out for the next 10 days, 20 days, 1 month or 2? That cannot exist. So what can we do to give them priority, safety as well, and exemption for them to go out and help the people in need? And maybe even consider, giving priorities to people with disabilities and the elderly into going to the shops, shopping centers, groceries, pharmacies to get the drugs and medical supplies, rather than staying in long queues or not being young and fit enough to basically compete with the other younger populations of the community. We have remote learning. Some people may need to stay at home and learn from home. Do we have enough software that is accessible and user-friendly so they can feel safe at home, continue their learning remotely? Do we have enough accessible, disabled, and age-friendly materials to support their remote learning exercises? And are those audiovisual materials easily disseminated through whatever media? Maybe not everybody have a computer at home, have internet. Therefore, maybe some sort of televised educational programs are needed. So that should be fairly much government-led in many sense. In terms of environmental issues, and once again, it has to do with accessibility, right? Our building facilities must be designed to safeguard the health and safety during such post-COVID situations without the loss of personal independence. For instance, in elevators and lifts, most of lift buttons may be covered by a piece of plastic or film in order for them to wipe down these lift buttons easily. On the other hand, because there is a plastic cover over these lift buttons, someone who is blind, who is used to feeling or touching, contacting such floor buttons, may be disadvantaged because they can no longer feel the raised letters or the braille number on the floor buttons. So these are issues we need to look into and consider during and after in our design. And of course, where we do have quarantine centers, quarantine accommodations, they must be fairly easily, readily converted from existing facilities, such as holiday camps, sites, to cater for the elderly or people with disabilities. And once again, these must be universally designed, accessible, and inclusive for all. So some of the recommendations from my session is that we realize for the people with disabilities and elderly, they are much higher vulnerability group due to the physical conditions or health conditions. And some of them have restrictions due to their environmental conditions. They cannot get out so easily. They're locked down. They can't come out at all, etc. So the environment issues must be addressed. So in terms of training and education for the special needs, they need to be enhanced so people would realize what needs to be done during those situations. And once again, accessibility and age-friendly needs in quarantine, hospitals, and centers must be catered for. And we mustn't forget the psychological and social needs of people who are in lockdown situations. Therefore, our new future architecture, can we have environments that actually meet the social needs and psychological needs of our vulnerable groups like the disabled and the elderly? This comes to the area where we felt there's a huge concern. That's why the UIA, the International Union of Architects, developed this inclusive design guideline, especially to look at disaster situations. Not only the sort of physical disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis and fires, but pandemic emergencies. So I'd like to share with you, based on these emergencies, natural disasters, emergencies, we need to be able to address the problems. So why is it so important? Disasters, emergencies always affect the most vulnerable groups, such as people with disabilities and the elderly. And all the responses, the architecture, the software, the hardware, at the moment are not yet included in the curriculum of the mainstream architectural education. Not many of our schools are teaching this at all. I'm sure now we realize we need to design more for pandemics, apart from design for earthquakes and wind resistance and typhoons. So something we need to develop as a curriculum into the mainstream architecture education. We need to realize that architecture and urban design play a very critical role in response to disasters and emergencies, to address the needs of the population, and realize that an inclusive, disabled, age-friendly design benefits not only the vulnerable population, but the entire population. So inclusive basically includes everybody of the population. Natural disasters and emergencies are by nature complex and often transcends geographical boundaries. It doesn't matter where the disaster is in Thailand, Hong Kong, Japan, the Philippines, etc. It still affects us equally so. So our approach must be holistic in addressing the issue, basically universally approach, where hopefully one solution can meet a lot of challenges and set a better future in our architecture. We should also leverage on existing international frameworks across different disciplines and across the geographical boundaries. And I'd like to borrow from the Sendai framework for this purpose. This is the United Nations plan to meet future disasters. And now we also need to address the pandemic situations. Under this framework, we attempt to translate the 4 priorities and the 7 targets of the Sendai framework into these inclusive design attributes, which I will share with you now. The aim of the Sendai framework is basically to reduce disaster risk and loss of lives, the livelihood, and health in the economic, physical, social, cultural, environmental assets of people, businesses, communities, and countries. So from these 4 priorities, 7 global targets were set up, and we have developed 13 guiding principles in terms of architecture to meet these priorities and goals. and that dovetails very well with the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal number 9 of building resilient infrastructures, SDG number 11 to provide safe, sustainable cities and communities, and SDG 13 in terms of climate change. That is in the chart of the Sendai framework, and we'll go into that more in detail. The 4 priorities are: we need to understand better. We understand what is disaster, what are the risks in terms of pandemic risk. Okay? We need to manage better. We need to strengthen our disaster risk governance in order to manage disaster risk. We need to invest better, invest in disaster risk reduction for resilience. We have certainly not put any investments into disaster risk reduction. We've invested in other aspects, but there's something we need to look into, investing in a pandemic disaster risk reduction. We need to be able to execute better, enhance disaster preparedness and with responsive effectiveness. And the motto is, we need to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. We need to understand better, understand the type of disasters that we need to face. We need to look at the types of vulnerabilities, like the aged and the people with disabilities, and you need to apply the relevant specific guidelines in order to address these types of disasters to meet the needs of these vulnerability groups. That's emergency process. We have the preparedness phase, which is what we should be doing. We need to be ready to respond in a timely manner. Once respond, we need to recover rightly, and then we need to look at mitigation phases where things come back to normality again. So these are the cycle we need to look into. That's a management process: to manage better, to invest better, and to execute better. The 7 global goals. Basically, we looked at reduction in saving lives. We need to contain the impact to the community, to the country. We need to reduce our losses in terms of lives, in terms of economy. We need to protect our infrastructure and minimize service disruption. I believe we can do that through architecture. The future architecture should enable us to protect the infrastructure much better in order to minimize service disruption. I hope through our 13 goals, we can meet some of those the needs. We need to increase this in, enhance our ability to respond. This came upon us very quickly. We don't know how to respond to such a global disaster like a pandemic, like a COVID. From that, we need to enhance our international collaboration. What we are learning here, we'll share with you in various countries, and what you are learning from your particular countries and settings, hopefully you can share with us in order we could build up this collective knowledge in order to meet such future disasters. And we need to detect and communicate very, very early on, need to share that information. Now, we'll go into the details of these 13 ACARA COVID guidelines. There are these 13 issues, which I would like to go into detail now. First one is space planning. Before, we didn't need to think about this, but now because of COVID, the spread of this, we need to begin to configure our living and working spaces to prevent the entry of contaminants, the germ, the virus, and also in the meantime facilitate social distance within the space. Therefore, we need to develop in any future architecture maybe a transition space, a screening space, access control to semi-public spaces. We need to consider physical distance and separation. And also we need to consider communal spaces. We can't live in isolation. Certain situations, whether it's school, hospitals, whatever building types, we need some communal spaces. Therefore, space planning needs to be looked at. In terms of building technology, Before, we didn't have much to think about in terms, we've had years of building the way we've been doing our building services. Nowadays, we need to look at more through our heating, ventilation, air conditioning system. We need to look at maybe cross-contaminant from one room to the next through the air conditioning system or through the heating system. So how do we segregate one room with the next through the circulation system? That needs to be looked at. Drainage system, we're aware that through the drainage system, virus can transmit it upwards and downwards. Therefore, we have to develop certain new technology in order to trap or in order to stop a virus that travels up or down a drain pipe or vent pipe to get from the one floor to the next. And of course, we need to develop new technology and new materials in order to meet all these different demands. And we also need to have a new design and construction tools in order to build for this new environment to contain the virus within a system and hopefully eliminate and kill the virus within those settings without being spreading upwards or downwards or crosswise. We need to build future architecture with environments that can be adaptable. Of course, we looked at working from home, living from home, learning from home, playing and praying from situations. So these new issues we need to look at. Our home environment need to be looked at. Our work environment need to be restudied. Our play and religious settings need to be looked at in order for us to continue with our way of life. We cannot be shut down for months on end, be isolated at home and not communicate, etc. So all these issues need to be looked into. We need to adapt the environment in order to make the best way possible. Management of flow. Before, there's no need to manage the flow. Like I said, it was normal. We would just walk into a room, unaware of many situations. But now we don't. We need to manage the circulation of people, whether you are with or without the virus. We need to screen out first. We need the entrances to have different screening processes. We need to restrict the flow of people. We need to restrict the flow of goods in order for that not to be the carrier for the virus. We need to segregate what is a clean zone or a dirty zone within an office, within a school, within a hospital complex. So all this, the flow of material, the flow of people needs to be provided in the new future of architecture. And they may be required to have some transitional spaces or storage spaces for various things. Number 5, communication and education. I think that this COVID has certainly taught us that we need to be very much transparent with that information to various people through the media, through your social media, through television, etc. We need to be able to share that information in a very transparent way, so that people would know how to deal with situations. And we need basically to provide fact-based education for all, so we can be more aware of the situations, so we can be more aware of the issues for us to plan and avoid contamination and spreading of diseases and keep ourselves safe. Number 6, standard operational procedures. I think we need to develop new SOPs for cleaning and disinfectant, and we stay informed and updated on responding to the various situations when these arise. We never had these before, right? Very few SOPs in terms of cleaning and disinfectant. But with the new architecture, we may need to do that. A disinfectant squad may need to come in and disinfect a restaurant, a church, an office, or a school. So how do we deal with that? Consider that in part of our new design. Need to plan in contingencies. Once again, a situation happens, what contingency plans do we have for different scenarios? Like I said, a school, What do we do with children? Do we isolate them? Do we send them home? Maybe a lot of them need to be quarantined, etc. It's just like a hospital, a work environment, etc. So all these contingency plans must be developed for each situation in each scenario, and that must be communicated to all stakeholders and reinforced with the right appropriate training and drills. Just like fire drills, you need to maybe a pandemic drill nowadays. Medical facilities, right? We need to look at quarantine wards. We need to look at a new building technology and methodology in order to contain the virus. So certainly our hospitals need to be redesigned about cross spread of viruses. And these environments must be able to rapidly increase from a small quarantine unit to maybe a larger quarantine unit. And these facilities may need to have multiple usages, not just one single use. Maybe at the planning stage of future hospitals, we need to be able to adapt them and reuse them for certain situations or certain scenario, for such isolation at the beginning, screening, etc. And that has to move. We cannot have set numbers and set figures to say this is only good for 20 people or 20 beds. That must be flexible in order to adopt and consider for different scenarios. Building regulations should be reviewed. Obviously, I don't think we have enough building regulations at the moment that addresses the issue of pandemic. You know, at the moment we do not have any guideline to say this is a building that should be designed to be COVID preventive. And I think we need to look at that a bit more in detail. We need to revise, review these regulations in order to have such information for able to enable to us to live much better life at home, a better work environment, a better school environment, a better hospital environment. For the fact that the situation changes, our social behavior changes because of pandemic, we need to address these. Economic situation changes before and after. That's why we need to look at a new building type where the notion of living, working, learn, pray, and playing might be reconsidered. And that's why we need to review and relook at and maybe revise our existing regulations and create new guidelines. City planning and urban design. Once again, we need to review those current guidelines in the light of identifying the new needs to counter COVID. We need to achieve a new balance of risk, resilience, and sustainability. So we're not going to be frightened off, beaten by this particular COVID. We need to be able to have the tools, have the architecture to face the risk, minimize this risk, to be resilient, and in order to maintain our way of life. And we should really be focusing on people and usage. And we must have this new norm parameters and innovative people age-friendly guidelines. Health and well-being during any situations, our buildings, architecture, future architecture must also consider our health and well-being. Apart from a building architecture that can be maintained well, clean, and looking new, our health and well-being is very important because people do work and live, go to school, go and pray in those environments. So we must focus on the design for a clean and healthy living environment also provide access to nature, which basically boosts our immune system and improve our psychological and health well-being. It is important to note that for the low-income community, like in slum situations, maybe they don't have infrastructure like Wi-Fi and utilities readily available, and therefore we need to deal with them in a manner that we need to integrate them. We need to react to them. Therefore, they will not be disadvantaged. Their lives are not put at a high risk of infection, and are more impaired due to their physical inability or mobility. Social cultural aspect, we must continue to live. The new architecture must enable us to live socially, culturally, as far as normal. These activities continue, and we do not want that to stop us, because that would put us into a lot of stress, a lot of dangerous situations. Mental health becomes an issue. So socially, culturally, we must continue, and once again, we need to address that, maybe in a way that a new architecture is there, where we can avoid large density, large scale gathering in closed, confined spaces. Therefore, ensure that our rituals and traditions may be contactless or less contactable, and where it minimizes the need to remove personal protections like a mask, etc. So apart from our changing our lives in terms of social and cultural considerations, hopefully our new architecture is able to address this and facilitate for us to continue. Urban and rural migration. In some countries, in some situations, people are working from home. People no longer need to, because of the fear of contacting the virus on a train, on a mass transit situation, on a bus. People are told to stay at home and do the work by online, etc. And people realize, why are we then living in a very densely populated city where the chances of getting infected by a close, densely neighborhood will increase? Therefore, people are moving to the countryside. So there's this interesting migration of people leaving the city environment and going to a more rural, more open environment. And I know of people actually going out of town, traveling to a smaller city, smaller town, where the houses are spaced out more. It's less dense in order to work and live, and take the children in a more protected environment rather than a densely populated urban setting with many people, crowded buses, transport, etc. So that's interesting phenomenon. Maybe we need to enhance a rural setting in order to make that attractive for those situations where we need to live, study, and work from those rural settings. That basically is our 13 guidelines. In conclusion, there are the 3 approaches we'd like to conclude on. We need to adopt very much a holistic approach. We need to consider the whole situation, the future architecture, from a macro urban city to a micro environment, right down to the room, to the entrance, to the hospital room, etc. It must be involving multiple disciplines, not only architects, but we also need to include people who work in the building services industry, like the engineers, the people working in ventilation, etc., planners. We need to include different stakeholders, the more vulnerable populations, like the elderly and the disabled. holistically in terms of rural and the urban setting must be considered in the new future architecture. And it must include what we consider the hardware of architecture, what we're building now, the future architecture, the hardware. And at the same time, we need to consider the software, like the programs and procedures, like the standard operation procedures and the programs we must adopt. We must work in a holistic approach. The approach must also be multi-hazard. The future architecture must address simultaneous multiple hazards. You know, we cannot say, oh, we only are designing for one particular disease, one particular virus. We do not know. Maybe that particular disease has come during the times of typhoon, a tsunami. Do we have situations where we're going to deal with those things? The interrelationships of these multi-hazards can be real and can be very serious. We might deal with that, and we look at the differences of different situations as well as similarities in dealing with this multi-hazard approach. And finally, technology. I'm sure we need to leverage on the current technology, what is available, what needs to develop in terms of building technology, in terms of information technology, in terms of direct aid, direct assistance, in terms of a warning system, warning of potential virus, warning of potential typhoon, warning, of course, of potential tsunami. So warning system for pandemic is certainly something we need to do and address. And basically, I believe the future architecture must address all these different aspects. I will conclude on this and basically say that what we need to deal with is not simple, it's very complex. We need to look at in a holistic way. We need to look at that it's like a disaster situation. This is a invisible disaster, if you like. We can't see and feel and touch it, yet it affects all of us, it affects lives, millions of lives are lost, more so than in a flood or typhoon or tsunami. We need to look at that, how to save lives. We need to help the most vulnerable groups, like the aged, people with disabilities. And I believe the new future of new architecture should be very much addressing these issues. So on that note, I'd like to conclude, and I'd like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank you for sharing this with me. I hope this conference, this workshop will be a successful one. I hope we can continue to collaborate and communicate with each other in order to build a better environment for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, for sharing us with his vision and ideas about what we need to prepare for the next generation. Let's say next generations of architecture. Actually, after if we pay attention on in detail for his issues, I think there's a lot of issues that we need to consider in our design from a small scale to the big scale as in the city. I will leave the Q&A before the lunch. So next, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Associate Professor Kim Yong-chun, to give us another perspective on architecture after the pandemic. And please welcome Associate Professor Kim Yong-chun. Please, YC.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Hi everyone. My name is Yong-chun Kim. I'm teaching architecture design course for currently second year at Joseon University, the School of Architecture. I'm very pleased to be invited to the 11th ACARA workshop. Actually, I haven't known this, but it's great to know. And I'd like to make a presentation regarding the sustainable like architecture. I feel like a bit far from the main agenda you guys talking, which is post-pandemic affects the next frontier of future. But I tried my best in terms of sustainable architecture as a kind of design language. Let me share the PPTs. So you guys can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, that's lovely. So my speech is mainly about the sustainable architecture as design languages. So probably you guys, probably all architects, probably, so usually we think the sustainable is, we accept as a technical words, technical knowledges. So I would like to present like the first one is a bit of a technical meanings. But as you know, I'm not the specialist of the sustainability of architecture, but especially like technical meanings. But nevertheless, I can somehow provide the scope of ideas as architect, how I can deal with the design languages of sustainable architecture. And the other project I would like project later is a figurative meaning for our society, like a sustainable our society, which is very subjective. But that project is Gangju City Library competition works, which is not, I didn't win, but it's I've got the honorable mention from the board. Yeah. So let me first present the first project. This project, you can see on the screen, is I was involved in as a project architect, the project architect in Boston Partners around 6 years. So I joined the Posters like 2007 till early 2016. So this project is early initial stage, the end of like, I think like in the end of like a competition to the middle of the construction, the completion. So I think the project is completed, started like 2009 something and completed kind of late, like 2019. We had some Lehman Brothers economic crisis, like low oil prices changes, and then some infrastructures problems, lots of problems. And the project, the called Samba.
Sorry, why? Can you turn it into the full screen, please? Full screen.
Again, please.
Can you turn it to the full screen?
Full screen. All
yeah,
right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for timing.
Okay.
I'm timing. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So the project is the project name is Samba. The Samba is a Saudi Arabia American bank. So located in KAFD, so Riyadh, Saudi. So King Abdullah Financial District. It's a KAFD is a master plan. It's designed by Danish architect, Henning licensed architects. So the place, this place. Oh, sorry about this. The place is roughly 40 minutes by drive from the Riyadh International Airport. And FMP, we won the competitions around 2009, and the project is, I already told you, like hold many times, like because Lehman Brothers economic crisis and oil price always changed. And the project is officially kicked off around 2010 and completed 2019. It takes ages, yeah. As we have also problems with the master plan, the KAFD, King Abdullah Finance District infrastructure, like coordination problems. Anyway, the King Abdullah Finance District is Saudi Arabia. They wants to be, the Riyadh is one of like economic hub in the Middle East. Countries, that's the behind the story of the King Abdullah Finance District. So our site is the Samba headquarters located at the Financial Plaza in here. And then in here is we have a King Fahd Road here. And then the size is master plan is 1 kilometer width and depth is 2 kilometer like this. And then King Fahd Road, probably you guys been to, I'm not sure, but you guys been to the probably Riyadh. It has got like a landmark of a King Tower and Al Faisalia complex, which is done by Forstner Partners, this building. Anyway, so this one is, if you see the plot, is more like a irregular rectangle, like a trapezoid shape. So this one is the Samba is located at the Financial Plaza KAFD and very close to Kingdom Tower and the Al Faisal complex. The corner side located in the central area KAFD allows a very good visibility of Samba headquarters. The Samba headquarters in this one, you can see. You guys can see my cursor. This one.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yes. All right, that's nice. So let me quickly explain to the Samba buildings. This is a ground floor plan. And then this one is roughly, you can see the columns, roughly like how many columns here, like 7 columns, 9 meters, the distance. So we can see the grid distance is 9 meters and it has got a pilotis, 3-story pilotis, the south and east. The main entrance, you can see here. And then the branches, 5 stories of branches here, and diamond shape here is more like a Samba Tower. So Samba Tower looks like here. So you can see the main entrance here, like a lift car, 20 lift cars, 10 lift cars each side. And it's more like the branch building is more like a customer facing place. And then this place, more like this a 40-story building, roughly like 170 meter height. With it has got on the top, it has got a spire and the PVs. With the spires, the height is 238 meters, something like that. That's all the projects I try to remember this project. So and this tower, the low floor, that is the low floor has got like investors, like facing floors, like the Samba floors of 1 to 5 is more like investor facing floors, something like this. So let me just let me quickly explain. This one is let me explain later, but this one let me quickly explain the concept of Samba floor, Samba's concepts. So the first idea, this one, as you see the ground floor plan is it has a huge, very deep floor plate, more like 9 meters each grid. So we can imagine the whole the parameters or the parameters each side is more than 56 meters each side. So 56 equally the 56 and 56. All side is 56 meters. So very deep the floor plate. Samba Tower. So first ideas of the concept is we are the deep floor plate. We try to, but this page is for the client presentations. So rock formations, that's the initial like inspirations. So of the concept. So the site is very long width and depth. So we need to introduce a logical idea for clients. So how we set up the grids. The secondly, this one is the space within space. So think specific stones within hideaway is crystals, some qualities inside, which symbolize the ideas for atriums, this one. So space within space. So lastly, the unique geometry of diamonds is inspired design, representing Samba literally, because it's a bank, so diamond stuff. So we applied actually diamond shapes all of the all of the spaces like floors and ceilings, even outside of the facade designs. Yeah, so that's the concept. And then the space within space, I just told you guys that we introduced the atrium, exactly the middle of a floor plate. So this floor plate is, as I told you, is the very deep, like 55, more than 55 meters, like the width and the depth. So the samba floor itself is a very deep floors. So what we try to do is we introduce 16-meter atrium at the center to bring the natural light, that is a space within space, to the end, and then also we provide the 4-story sky gardens here and here and here, and for relaxing place, and also it provide additional natural light resources. And in the 40-story buildings here, we can see the 2-story MEP floors here and here. Yeah, that's the about 14 to 15. So we have double height MEP floors, and 30 and 31 is double height MEP floors. Yeah, and for cost settings, we several options for clients. The one is we can provide the atrium ones as a split of secco in here. So the first and second one, offset external core and the one-sided core, is if they can't provide like fire escape distance, and the center core doesn't meet the concept, the atrium space within space. So we pick it up the split of secco. And that's the more like sustainable technical meanings more related to. So you can see the some path east and west and the south and north. We produced lots of diagrams, but normally it's difficult to find interpretation how architects understand in terms of design this sun paths. And earlier the sun altitude is very higher than the UK. The Riyadh is much closer to the equators. So what we try to do, I just said the concept of the samba is the space within space and diamond shapes. So the facade ideas is a 3D dimensional like diamond shapes, and then we try to do in east and west and south and this north. This diamond shape is the pinpoint or vertex we play around to provide a certain visibility and then some provide shading inside space. So, for example, east facade and south facade, this is the early stages we studied 55 visible, and then the east and, sorry about this, some ambulances, and west facade is a 55 visible. So east and west, it has got the same visibility it has got, and north facade is like more like 80 visible because it doesn't have a chance to get the sunshine, and the south facade is a 65 visible. Yeah, those kind of ideas we get when we played the vertex of diamond, the 3D diamond on facade. We get this kind of the ideas. So later stages, we studied almost like a detailed stages. So east-west facade, we provide 35 visible, and the south facade are 55, north facade and 75 visibilities we provide. And this is atriums, the views from the almost like a ground floors. So this is we developed the concept. You need to probably need to show the client what is ideas of a space in space. So atriums looks like this way. So you can see this kind of stuff. The facade is not the vertical is more like a zigzag, more like this. This one is more like we expect like a light can be bounced inside. So like a 56-meter floor plate and 16-meter like atrium can introduce a nice light, and this light can be bounced into the office space. Yeah, this is animated images as well. And sky gardens. So simply say is probably sky gardens is kind of additional natural light we can introduce from the sky gardens, but it's like a relaxing place, like it's not full of vegetations, but you can see people sit and chat, and you can in here is you can see the early the stages concept, like triangles ideas. The ceilings we also applied like the diamond ideas. So let's look around the Samba headquarters. So the whole height, the building height is 230s roughly, and the spires and PVs on the top in here. And next one is the entrance here. So main entrance is, you can get it, the middle of a diamond. And the Samba floor is first 5 floors is the podium level is a Samba floor, and the top 8 floors is a Samba floor. And tenant floors is a lateral place. So above the podiums, below the Samba floors, we provide a lateral place for tenants. And the sky gardens, 4-story sky gardens to provide extra additional natural light. By the way, this building is meet the LEED Gold. So that's the LEED Gold certification. So at the time, it's a kind of early. It's not many buildings accepted those kind of certifications. So I feel like at the time it's a bit challenging. And the atriums, go through all the buildings vertically, and the vertical transportations, and the executive floors, 39s, executive floors, and board floors. So it's like a cheap executive guys stay here, and many boardrooms here. And that's the kind of sustainable ideas of sun. So PVs, we're setting up PVs in here on the top of the roof. And the water, because Spires has got a huge tube, like 156 meters tube. So water is circulated somehow. And we thought it can cool down this early stage of design. And we keep these ideas middle of detail stages. But anyway, this one is not executive, not done on site. So what this water is, how this water is cooled down. So when probably you guys know, like a 40-story top of these buildings is really high velocities. The wind is very strong. It's naturally cool down the waters. So this water is circulate on the roof levels, but the client doesn't like it because the problems about the huge the budget, and we need a spatial like a MEP space, like the space we need a further space required. And probably you guys all know this, the boring stuff. So nighttime and daytime is air circulations. So PV cells on the roof here to generate energies, and spatial glass transfer daylight into 20 meters into the building, reduce the electrical consumers. And probably you guys all knows, like probably the maximum the natural light can reach from office level, from building parameters to the office to 9 meters to 12 meters is the maximum. This Samba is 4.2 meters between concrete slab to slab, and openings like FFL to FCL. The finished ceiling to the top of the raised floor is 2.75. So it's a 9 meters. It doesn't help us, So we're setting up the spatial glass to transfer the daylight into 20 meters. Also, atrium is quite helpful. And skylights, sky gardens allow the daylight penetrate deep into the buildings, reducing the electrical consumptions. The red and this blues air circulation movement. So this is constructions. So you can see some details. So this is the first floor. We can see the whole atrium, how it looks like. So this one is a podium level, and this one is above the podiums. And then the right side, you can see the marble stones, 50 mil thick marble stones. We applied this triangle, but we found the edges easily broken. So yeah, so try to apply all of them, but tenant floors we applied, unfortunately, a rectangular one. You can see the balustrators details in here. Yeah. Anyway, that's all about technical stuff about Sambas and the Sambas concepts, which I've done like 6 years. But you know, this project sometimes hold, sometimes keep going, sometimes hold. That's why I feel like incredibly difficulties. Anyway, the next project is let me hold on. Yeah, next project is the next one is the competition works I had done during the 2019 to 2020 winter breaks. And the images in here is a proposal sketch from Gwangju City Library competition works. And the site used to be, this site used to be a garbage incineration, but the function was stopped by strong local objections and several environmental groups. Anyway, the proposal sketch is very early stage. Ideas to integrate how the vertical, the installations, you guys know that it has got a huge vertical chimneys. Yeah, this vertical negative circular form to transform to the horizontal positive circular form for knowledge chimney. So the site is you can see this is like outskirt of the Gwangju. So it's you can see this is this one is the so this is a competition site images. So how the incineration looks like. So this one is the stage of competition of the Gwangju, the library, city library, and that's the second stage. This area is a second stage for the Gwangju urban museums. So this one is currently executing at the moment, this part. So it looks like this. And then our site location is here. So the city hall is here, and below the city hall is a central business district and a residential apartment here. More like where you can see the grid stuff here. Yeah. And then you can see this is a Gwangju stream. And then this is the competition, the site here, the incinerations, the part here. Yeah. And the linear park, you can see. So the incineration is located outskirts of a city, almost outskirts of a city, as a symbol of negative images, as a pollution, and this place having strong objections from the locals. And then this city halls, just you can see right side of the city halls. It's just right side of incinerations. Yeah. So anyway, this incineration was completed 2001, and providing some electricities to locals by burning garbages, but the chimney operation has stopped in 2016. The area is completely redesigned with these areas designed like a familiar boring like urban grid in early 2000, and City Hall moved to the 2004 with a urban plan in 2000, and linear type parks are redesigned, but somehow incineration has been set up strangely edge of the Gwangju city boundary. So my first initial ideas, we try to dig up the meaning of a chimney, except a negative meaning of locals. So culture, we try to find some cultural facilities. We try to, this cultural facility survey the whole through the Gwangju. So you can see the whole through the Gwangju, some culture facility has got a circular shape. And so interesting, it's very interesting thing stuff is we found that many of them is not just a rectangular, it's most of them is a circular geometric forms, especially our site. The point of meeting point is a rectangular buildings and urban grid, but gently culture buildings, curved culture buildings on a linear park. So you can see in here those kind of circular images in the park. So therefore, I thought that the existing vertical cylinders, these negative meanings which impact on the site currently can be transformed into the horizontal cylinder forms by chopping off the vertical cylinders. And then we can imagine library. When you go to library, you're going around to find your proper your books. Yeah, so you're hanging around all these cylinders. Yeah. So this is a kind of intention of extracting the urban circular language, having a cultural facilities and applying them the symbolic existing urban grid, and then we adjust necessary critical programs to the site. So you can see the programs that required is a public gym and archive for the Gwangju city, and the cultural hall, that's the auditorium, and the children's library and children's play area, and archive for this one is archive for the incinerations stuff. So this is all this circular images all comes from the chop of the cylinders, vertical cylinders. So making this language vertically transform into the more like horizontal knowledge chimney. So this is early sketches. So more like pollutions, we have got negative ideas, very strong verticalities, but natural is more like a circle landscape ideas. Like so, what we can do with this vertical cylinders chop off and spread on the urban grid. Yeah. So when we applied this one, and this one is very curvy lines, so probably people's movement, like circulations, and the green is more like a key programs. So from these ideas are making like a key sketch, key sketches, early design proposals. So from these sketches I developed the diagrams. So we has got all different height of the cylinders. It has got a public gym, it's an incineration archive, the archive library, cultural hall, auditoriums, children's reading room, and Gwangju archive libraries. So actually this is animated images, external bird eye, this is bird eye view. So fortunately, this is kind of similar to the early stage. So more like, and then more like you can see the cylinders, the all different height of horizontal cylinders and people like hanging around these cylinders. And the other part of the views. So this is plans. So the plans is probably the contractors doesn't like this circular one. I know I have got experience on the construction site. So this one is all plan is a circular one, the children's play zone here and the public gym and the auditoriums, incinerators, archival library, Gangju archive library here, parking lot here. Main entrance is between the children's plaza and the public gyms here. And this is like operating the areas like office peoples in here, like a loading base. So basically this is, bear in mind, this is very early stages because it's competitions. Sorry. So you can see the movement, you can see that going this or this way. So interesting thing is like exhibitions. I like the Guggenheim museums, like Frank Lloyd Wright one. So like when you move naturally and you can see the something like some paintings. Yeah, so exhibitions are happening. So you walking around the huge lobbies and you can see, you can stroll and stop and enjoy the paintings. Those kind of ideas accepted. So this is like a third floor. See so everything is the Gangju archive, the library is really the critical programs in here. So landscape is they keep going up, and then the last point is Gangju archive library here. So it looks like this. Yeah. So I'm not specialist of the sustainable the stuff, but the second project is about the sustainable for our society. So how you can understand existing the negative, the idea, the negative vertical, the stuff. How we can understand what we can transform to the positive. The positive stuff. I mean, in this project, is a positive stuff is a knowledge center, Gangju archive. So this is a view from the Gangju archive, the bottom bit, from the bottom to the top. It's not the Pantheon's Oculus, but I think the image is not bad. Anyway, this is all about my presentations. I prepared like half an hour, but unfortunately, I see this morning, actually yesterday night, my presentation almost like 1.5 hours. So 1.5 hours. So anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, YC.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you so much for your great talk and sharing your project with us. And maybe we can, what you mentioned early about the theme of sustainable and the theme of our conference or workshop is not quite related, but I think personally, I think it's very interesting because for the first project, the first project you show us, I can see, how we can use the ideas of, design the public space that can cope with the, I don't know, maybe future pandemic or how we can treat the spaces, I mean, public space. I can see. And also the second project, especially the public area and the connection between, people. And combined with the Joseph Kwan's idea about there's a lot of details that we need to consider about the details, architecture, design, and public space. And don't worry about that. It's very great talk and very great presentation. I would like to open actually the Q&A or sharing our idea with actually our young generations here. I saw a lot of them here, even our friends, colleagues, about this morning
that's
session.
great.
Yeah, that's going to be great.
Yeah, we can talk.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know, let me share actually for the first talk of Joseph Kwan. I think I can, be inspired to, there's a lot of research that can be going in the next future, especially the building regulation. I think we need to consider a lot of details apart from, the space arrangement or setback, everything, but details such as the material selection and other details of, how the process of access to the building, blah, blah, blah. And that's another way that we need to concern, and it should be, I'm not sure, can be the regulation in terms of the public space, because I don't know, maybe at the moment we, the pandemic is already, some of us, or maybe when we enter the buildings, public buildings, we take off, our masks, and then otherwise, yeah. But I think that the pandemic or the virus is still there, but yeah, we need to consider the process and as the regulation. Yeah. You want to share anything with us or our students? Our any question or sharing? I don't know. Do you have any example or situation in Korea, YK? Just, I mean,
Yeah, it's a very difficult because nowadays lots of students join the competition, which is kind of similar to this subject agenda. Post-pandemic affects the next frontier of future. But Joseph Guan's the one is I feel like a bit tough. Feel like now it's a feel like lead together stuff we're talking about now. So last year's competitions like more segregations groups, we're talking about a lot. But nowadays this year's competitions, and then the student talking about how we segregate last year and a couple of months ago. Now we need to meet together. So I was slightly confused, honestly. And as architects, segregations in terms of sustainabilities, I think meet peoples is a more great stuff, rather than segregate each other, segregate one space. It's like like a Jai said. So I'm not sure that's the great. I know we have we need to define the agendas post pandemic affects next frontier of futures, but I think it can be like a segregations or we meet all together. So we have got two different meanings. So I'm not sure which one is right one. But as an architect, myself, I like the second one. We need to back to the before COVID-19. That's my ideas.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, for we need to prepare for the next, I don't know, unexpected something that's gonna happen. Yeah, for architecture, because the whole pandemic changed everything. I think in terms of design, in terms of people connect to each other. I could saw the text from Ajahn Yan Hui. You want to share us any idea about this?
No, I was just saying hello. My name's Yan Hui. I just wanted to thank Professor YC for sharing his building case studies. Although it's not exactly about the COVID-19 pandemic, but it's actually about sustainable design within architecture, which deals with certain things that can make healthy buildings or buildings more healthier. For example, Professor YC talked about creating like vertical atriums, which I believe can aid like stack ventilation or more breakout spaces and more open spaces where the density of the occupants is lessened, which creates more healthier environment. So I think there's things already in architectural design that we can actually put more onto the table to encourage more of this to happen, and not just in like grade A projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
But let me just say something. Is
sure.
as an architect, is like I just pick it up two things, like something space is very closed and segregated. That's the one word. The other one is very opening to outside. So that's the key design words here. So post-pandemic affects the next frontier features. Mr. Joseph ideas is more like a closing, and then so more like building racks talking about. But the other way around is something is more, the space can be more open to the outside. You know, we have two different definitions, but these two kind of design languages very contrast each other. So if we mixed these ideas, will be great.
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree. Yep. Anyone want to share, Dr. Lee or other students? Yeah, because I had a chance to look through Thai contestants' work, right? And I can see a lot of ideas about you know, how to manage the space, public space, and also the way that they're trying to put in the idea of sustainable, how the, you know, the family live together, and also consider because in the pandemic situation, the resources, you know that the resources of everything is too low. So they try to use this kind of concept, sustainable approach to design their space also. That's very interesting. That's why actually in the afternoon sessions, Patrick, he also worked a lot on the sustainability design, especially the space, space and material, local material. And yeah, he also want to share with us about the how local material and how we treat, how we use the local material, and that's gonna help us to you know, to reduce the using the natural resources or resources in our building design. And also that's gonna help us to prevent the lack of the future the lack of the resources in the near future. Yeah, if it and it also affect the pandemic also. Yeah, like Ajahn Yan said, the balanced design approach, that's a great one. Yep. Okay, I'm not sure. I think our contestants still busy with preparing themselves. I'm not sure. We have any comments or question? Okay, let me see.
Hi, Professor PJ, I wanted to ask a question.
Sure, please.
Yes. Hello from India, Mr. Yong Chung, Jim, and DJ Sir. I actually have been following the works of Foster and Partners and a lot of works that global leading architectural firms are doing. And like we can see, there's a lot of shift to modular architecture or shift to sustainable materials like timber and CLT that has been going on in the leading firms. How do you all exactly apply the traditional practices when there's a global shift of what material we are going to use, or a sense of approach when you have to use a certain approach like modularity or prefabricated systems? How do you ensure that the traditional and vernacular architecture is still carried ahead? And that is something that we as students really struggle with. our professors also tell us to do the same, but we find that very challenging to do at times. So could you just guide us on how maybe you think at that level when you're designing a senior architect?
Okay, Professor, you have any idea about the question? Hello? Professor YC, do you have any idea? Can you hear me? No? Okay.
I missed the first part of what he said. Just explain to me just a little bit about that.
Okay, can you repeat your question or comments again? The first part, I mean, yeah.
Or what do I need?
Yes, I just wanted to ask how do we ensure that we are following traditional and vernacular architectural techniques when there is a global shift in, trying to use modular patterns and a specific material only? How do we ensure that our traditions are still carried forward? It is something that when we design, and specifically in times of the pandemic or lack of resources, how do we ensure that that approach is also sort of contextual and we don't really deviate towards contemporary forms only?
Wow. Wow.
Difficult question. Yeah, actually, I can share a little bit like a small idea, just a quick idea. Okay, because the vernacular idea of architecture in several countries different, right? Because we have different climate, different resources, different culture, everything. But I think the key concept of each one, I mean the spirit of each vernacular or local concept, for example, like the way that you use the materials, the way that you use this kind of shape, and space. I think there are the philosophy behind that. And okay, if you want to you want to reserve your resources, local resources, also maybe you can apply the new material with those kind of idea. I don't know. That's another way. That's another, I mean, the way that we can combine the local material resources, but we can replace, let's say replace the real material and save the local material with the modern, technology material, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the question is really nice, but I'll try to understand what actually he asked us. I think in sense, like a key point of architecture is not changed. Like atriums, like if Greek like houses, like the Greek colonies, like Olympus, the house, it has got a beautiful atriums. Atriums function is courtyard, yes. Function is like it has got a air, of course it's air circulations, and then it take water. It has got small water well on the center, and of course it's very light because it has got a courtyard, has got light. So it's like a strong viewpoint provided. But now that's the Greek, like Olympus house, like Greek houses, like and the Roman house, it has got also courtyard. But after 2000 years, even more, we have atrium ideas, and the essence is not changed. Of course, technology is updated, materials updated, but essence of architecture is always the same. That's my word. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that it's answered your questions.
Yeah.
So any comments or questions from our audience? Let me see. Okay. Maybe no. Okay. So thank you, Professor. And I think maybe yeah, we get the early lunch, but it's okay. And actually, we're gonna have the yeah, lunch break early, maybe 1 hour, but it's okay. And I think maybe you can left your comments or questions in the chat box, and then we can correct it. Actually, for this morning session, I get in many ideas about what we can do in the next frontiers of architecture after the pandemic. There's a lot of details there's a lot of ideas that we can further develop, especially as the academic. I think I have a lot of idea to do the research in terms of space arrangement, space design, and material selection, material development. There's a lot of things that we can do. And actually, so I think I in the early morning I forgot to take a good photo. Maybe I can take this moment. I'm not sure that we are now. Okay, thank you. Professor Antika, are you there? I think we can คุณอุ้ยครับ okay, that's great. That's great. Okay. Just want to remind, invite all audience participants to turn on your camera and take photo together. Dr. Lee, are you there? Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you all. Professor Antika, yeah. So just wait for our friends. Oh, hello, Yoshiro. I คุณนี่คุณนุ้ยถ่ายต้องอันพินผมไหมหรือว่าไง Okay, just นับนิดนึงนะครับ Okay, just hold on. Thank you so much. And any words from Professor Antika and Dr. Lee? Is that for the first, for the morning session?
Yes, thank you for both Joseph Kwan and Professor YZ for exchanging your perspective with us. And of course, Professor YZ, you might introduce us, you might not relate it directly with the pandemic, but I'm sure more and more in the future, people concerned about sustainability. And I think the language of the international platform about architecture is not about the language that what we speak, but also this transfer into the architecture and design. Thank you so much, and I really look forward in the afternoon session. Thank you.
Dr. Lee?
Yeah, sorry. I want to discuss about the urban design, because when we discuss about the architecture, maybe we need the theory of urban design. So today's the discussion. So I'll continue to discuss about the urban design and architecture. Yeah, design. So for example, now we are using the three kinds of urban design theory design the urban city. So in that time, for example, the new urbanism is from America, and the compact city is from UK and the European country. And also one more, the urban village is from UK. So there are some the common points is maybe the workability or some workability and yeah, mixed use or like that. And also when you design the architecture, so maybe we have to follow is unintentionally we have to follow the urban design theory. For example, the workability or the mixed use, especially the architectural program, is according to the urban design. So in that time, I always feel that there is a big difference between the theory and the practice. So, for example, before the COVID-19, we just designed with the existing theory, but now today and tomorrow we will discuss about after architecture, architecture after COVID-19. Yeah. So what happened after the COVID-19? So maybe we want to discuss about it in more detail. So I hope not is exactly this answer, but maybe the young generation, especially tomorrow's open jury, the students, I think I had participate the domestic contests as a juror. So in that time, I felt there are a lot of the misunderstanding about this topic, the architecture after COVID-19. They tried to design the protection center for the COVID-19. Is that our topic,
It's kind of like a bunker,
Yeah. So maybe tomorrow also, maybe we can find some of like it. So it's a misunderstanding. So we want to discuss about what changes after COVID-19.
Okay.
So, yeah. And so tomorrow, today's discussion also, the part one is the Professor Kwan. He had a lecture about the urban design. Yeah. So the Professor YC had a lecture about the reference of architectural design. So maybe I think there are also the same the big difference. The theory and the practice. So how to the combine is also the big the issue for us.
Yeah, and I think what you said about the misunderstanding of our young generation for the project, I mean the competition, I think it's very, I mean, we can take this opportunity to send the message like, okay, yeah, if we need to consider about things such as the for example, the after COVID-19 situation, what we're gonna do and what really, I don't know, they need to consider about that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So I think yeah, we can have lunch time. I'm not sure what time in your hometown. I'm not sure, but in Thailand it's about 11:20. So we can come back. Let's say maybe we can start early, a bit early, right? It's about, let's say 12:30.
Okay.
But yeah, let me check with the another keynote speaker, because I already appoint him for like, okay, 1:30 already, but yeah, let me check first. Yeah, but we can start, I mean, turn on the system on the maybe 12:30. Okay. I think the Loom, I mean the Zoom link is still on the whole day, so yeah, you can jump in, jump out whenever you want. And thank you, Professor YC and Joseph Kwan and all other participants, Dr. Lee and Dr. Antika. And see you in the afternoon sessions around 12:30. Okay, see you. Thank you. We can turn on music นะครับ
For the MOU ceremony, what we're gonna do next is like we share the purpose, the scope of activity, and the activity agreement, right, between KMITL and AUA. So we first start with maybe the purpose and the objective of collaboration first, and then we will take a group photo as the the memory, and of course for the record for the collaboration officially this time. So I like to maybe briefly talk about the purpose of this MOU between the King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Thailand, and the Asia United Architecture Associations. Of course, it's not only the contest every year run by the AUA and different partner around the Asia country, but also I think this is a good platform, that a great opportunity for a young learner or architects to be in the future. They can share the world and the global perspective. I think more and more now, the countries and the globe is very small now. Like we can see friend from Kazakhstan here, very close in front of us, next to a friend from Japan or some India. What if we don't have such a platform? They don't have such an opportunity to learn different culture background or different, context. And I think this is a good platform. And can I go a little bit about the activity, what we're gonna do?
Sure.
Signing the MOU. Of course, AUA have their own different partners or parties around Asian country. And I think we share a common ground, such as the student exchange for research and study, exchange of the faculty members, staff, research scholars, and of course, the students would be the key as well. And joint research activity, continue and sharing education programs, and organization and participation in seminar, symposium, short-term academic program, and academic meetings. And I hope that after this pandemic, we can see face-to-face back again, and exchange of research, educational material, publication, academic information, technical assistance, creation and marketing of electric instruction media. Like nowadays, we have a lot of online platform for teaching and learning, including the credit and non-credit course, and dual degree and joint degree program. Okay, so that briefly about what we're gonna do between KMITL and AUA, and of course, all of us here in this region. I think not only for 1 or 2 countries, but there are many countries that we can reach out. Perhaps we can link wider for our partnership as well. Like for KMITL itself, they have different parts of the world, including in the North America or even in the European countries. So I think there's a good opportunity for both staff and the students. Okay, that's all from my side a bit. I don't know, Dr. Lee, would you like to have some talk from AUA for this collaboration?
Okay. Can you project AUA website? Can you find it?
Okay, sure.
The URL is aua.world.
Okay, aua.world, right?
.world, yes.
Okay, let me Yeah, I got it. Just hold on. Hold on. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Can you see my screen? Yep. Okay.
So click the object and the vision, yes. Yes, okay. So every year I'm going around the 14 countries in Asia. So I'm discussing about what is the best education for students studying the architectural design. So after that, I set up the AUA. It's a incorporated company. So and also, can you show the organization? Yes. So now the 15 countries participate in the AUA activities for the architectural education and the architectural practice. So I think the education and the practice should be a pair. So just only the education, so I'm not satisfied. And also the just practice is also, we need more some education for the young student. So, and the final our the vision is can you project it the vision? Excuse me. Yes, yes. So as the Professor the Sadasri said, we have a very different educational environment in Asia.
Mm.
For example, the Nepal is not good environment. And so whenever I visited Kathmandu and the Pokhara, and so I met my friends, they are teaching in the university. So in that time, they always complain about the educational environment is not so good for students, but they don't have any ways of the fertilizing the educational environment. So, but we are discussing about the continue to discuss about it, and also our objective is we always at first the vision. So we have, for example, in the case of Japan and Korea, so they have a very wonderful environment for the studying. So I want to share all the best design and the knowledge, technology, and the know-how wherever it may be found. So I always make a presentation for the students in Nepal and, for example, the Sri Lanka. In this time, the students from the Sri Lanka, they didn't participate, but I'm always contacting with the students of Sri Lanka and the professor of Sri Lanka. And so my final, the goal is develop together in Asia about education and practice. So I set up the AUA with my colleague or with my friends in university in Asia. So in this time, this year we organized 11 ACARA, but in the case of first ACARA, just only 4 countries participated in first ACARA: Japan, Korea, China, and Vietnam. But now the 13 and 14 countries participate for the ACARA. And also now we are developing the method of education together in Asia. So when we have ACARA, whenever we have ACARA, so the many, for example, now I think the almost 10,000 students are touching this ACARA, because every year the 5,000 students are participating in China domestic contest. And so they select only 2 students from 5,000 applicants. And also in Japan, in the case of Japan, that over 1,000 students participate in the Japan domestic contest. And also totally in India and Korea, and then also the totally, I think the 10,000 students are touching this ACARA. And so I hope they discuss about, what is the best education in Asia, because the modern architecture is from Western side. But in Asia also we had a wonderful traditional architecture. But when we receive the Western modern architecture, we are very confusing. So in the case of Japan, for example, the Tange Kenzo, and also after that many the Japanese architects, the Tarawando and then Isozaki and Ito Toyo, many Japanese architects try to combine the traditional the modern Western modern architecture with the Japanese traditional architecture. So there are so many know-how and there are so many knowledge about how to combine the Western and the Asia. So I want to share the way of education through the ACARA. So this why is the ACARA is not so, is only to select the first prize or the second prize. It's not. We always we want to review and we want to give a comment and advice to all Asian students. So in this time, the King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lakrabang, the organize the 11th ACARA. So I'd like to thank, and also I hope more many students from Thailand is participate the Thailand domestic contest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I think it's time to take photos, right?
It's a good report. And
Okay, I just want to share. Maybe I just want to share the screen of this one. So,
shall we have a 2 session? The first session like dual joint, the joint between AUA and KMITL first. So everyone, please do turn on camera. And another photo, I think everyone is already here. So if you can turn on your camera for the second photos, that would be great. And thank you so much.
3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for these opportunities and your vision. I think very, very futuristic in terms of the learning.
คือรถตู้โมบายสวอปเทสชนิดความดันบวกเป็นนวัตกรรมที่สถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังร่วมกับสำนักปลัดกรุงเทพมหานครได้นำรถตู้โมบายสวอปเทสที่ทำขึ้นมาใช้ตรวจหาเชื้อโรคโควิด -19 แบบเชิงรุกในชุมชนรามคำแหงโดยมีจุดตรวจอยู่ที่ศูนย์บริการสาธารณสุข 35 หัวหมากสำนักอนามัยกรุงเทพมหานคร
ทางท่านอธิการเล็งเห็นไว้ว่าจากนี้ต่อไปเนี่ยขบวนการเมื่อมันมีขบวนการผ่อนคลายแล้วเนี่ยมันจะมี second wave ก็จะมีการทำกิจกรรมอะไรต่างๆเพราะนั้นการทำกิจกรรมที่มากๆเนี่ยมันมีโอกาสสุ่มเสี่ยงที่จะทำให้เกิดการติดเชื้อแล้วก็แพร่เชื้อก็ควรจะต้องมีหน่วยแล้วก็ต้องมีระบบที่สามารถที่จะเข้าไปตรวจสอบอย่างชุมชนนะฮะฟังก์ชันการใช้งานเนี่ยตัวนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นระบบอย่างที่ว่าคุณหมอเนี่ยนะฮะจะมาอยู่ข้างในรถตู้นะฮะแล้วรถตู้เราดีไซน์ให้เป็นระบบที่เรียกว่าอัดเพรสเชอร์เข้าไปในรถตู้เพราะฉะนั้นระบบนี้เป็นระบบ positive pressure อากาศภายนอกจะไม่สามารถเข้ามาในรถได้เพราะฉะนั้นบุคลากรการแพทย์เนี่ยมีความปลอดภัย 100% ผู้ที่มารับการตรวจสอบเนี่ยก็จะได้รับในเรื่องของความปลอดภัยจากการดูแลของหน่วยงานต่างๆด้วยคือมันสามารถจะเคลื่อนย้ายไปได้สะดวกมากนะฮะแล้วก็เคลื่อนที่ไปในเชิงรุกได้ทุกพื้นที่เลยมลภาวะของนี่ก็ไม่มีเพราะว่าเราไม่ได้สตาร์ทรถเอารถมาจอดแล้วเราก็จะมีระบบที่เราต่อปลั๊กแล้วก็มีการอัดอากาศและใช้ระบบแอร์ต่างหากเพราะฉะนั้นนี่ก็จะเป็นจุดที่เราเรียกว่ามีความปลอดภัยไม่ให้มันมีมลภาวะที่เกิดจากการสตาร์ทรถตลอดเวลา
เบื้องต้นสจล.ได้จัดทำรถตู้โมบายสวอปเทสขึ้นมาจำนวน 2 คันหากหน่วยงานของภาครัฐและเอกชนมีความสนใจและต้องการนำไปใช้ตรวจเก็บตัวอย่างหาเชื้อโรคโควิด -19 เชิงรุกในพื้นที่ต่างๆทั่วประเทศสามารถติดต่อได้ที่สจล.ทั้งนี้ศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังยังคงเดินหน้าพัฒนานวัตกรรมต่างๆอย่างเต็มกำลังเพื่อที่จะช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์โควิด -19 ไปด้วยกันจากรายงานของศูนย์ข้อมูลโควิด -19 พบว่าสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดยังเกิดขึ้นอย่างต่อเนื่องและมีผู้ป่วยเพิ่มขึ้นในแต่ละวันทำให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ต้องทำงานอย่างหนักเพื่อช่วยเหลือผู้ป่วยจำนวนมากสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชัชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีดร.สุมาลีอุทัยเฉลิมรองประธานกรรมการในคณะกรรมการส่งเสริมกิจการสถาบันและผู้บริหารของสจล.ได้นำนวัตกรรมจากศูนย์นวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 ส่งมอบให้กับโรงพยาบาลสมเด็จพระปิ่นเกล้าโดยมีพลเรือเอกชาติชายศรีวรขานผู้บัญชาการทหารเรือเป็นผู้รับมอบและพลเรือตรีนิธิพงษ์อนันต์ผู้อำนวยการโรงพยาบาลสมเด็จพระปิ่นเกล้ากรมแพทย์ทหารเรือให้การต้อนรับทั้งนี้มีนวัตกรรมที่ได้นำไปมอบได้แก่ตู้ตรวจเชื้อทั้งแบบความดันลบและความดันบวกเครื่องคัดกรองบุคคลด้วย AI เครื่องช่วยหายใจในภาวะฉุกเฉินเครื่องอบฆ่าเชื้อโรคระบบปิดและชุด PAPR เพื่อสนับสนุนบุคลากรทางการแพทย์
ในยุคโควิด-19 นั้นนี้เป็นข้อพิสูจน์ชัดเจนนะครับว่าบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ไทยไม่ว่าจะเป็นแพทย์พยาบาลนั้นเก่งไม่แพ้ในโลกจะกล่าวเรียนท่านผู้เชี่ยวชาญถามเรียนครับวันนี้หมอไทยพยาบาลไทยไม่สามารถทำงานต่อได้เทคโนโลยีและอุปกรณ์ทางการแพทย์แทบจะ100%นั้นเรานำเข้าจากต่างประเทศในช่วงวิกฤตที่สุดนั้นเรายังต้องพึ่งพาการนำเข้าและหลายครั้งนั้นประเทศผู้ผลิตไม่สามารถที่จะส่งมอบได้เนื่องจากว่าประเทศเขาก็เจอปัญหาวิกฤตโควิดยิ่งกว่าประเทศไทยสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารและกำลังถือเป็นมหาวิทยาลัยของรัฐของประชาชนเราเป็นผู้นำทางด้านเทคโนโลยีและปัจจุบันเรามีคณะแพทยศาสตร์ซึ่งถือว่าเรานำเทคโนโลยีทางด้านวิศวกรรมศาสตร์สถาปัตยกรรมศาสตร์วิทยาศาสตร์มาเป็นหมวดเข้ากับการแพทย์เรามีความตั้งใจที่จะสร้างเครื่องมือแพทย์เพื่อที่จะร่วมกับรัฐบาลและหน่วยงานของรัฐในการต่อสู้โควิด-19 ครั้งนี้นะครับ
ต้องขอบคุณทางสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังที่ว่าได้มีการมอบอุปกรณ์ทางการแพทย์หลายๆชนิดให้กับเราซึ่งเราเป็นสิ่งที่เราต้องการนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นการคัดแยกคัดกรองต่างๆก็ต้องใช้ตู้ positive ตู้ negative อย่างที่ทางสจร.ได้บริจาคให้กับทางเรานะครับเราก็คิดว่าในสถานการณ์โควิด-19 ซึ่งปัจจุบันนี้ยังควบคุมไม่ได้ดีนักสิ่งที่ได้รับบริจาคมาทั้งหมดก็จะเป็นประโยชน์กับทางโรงพยาบาลในการที่จะช่วยควบคุมรักษาแล้วก็ป้องกันไม่ว่าจะเป็นการป้องกันไม่ให้มีการแพร่เชื้อจากผู้ที่ติดเชื้อสู่ชุมชนรวมทั้งเป็นการป้องกัน กันบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ของเราเองไม่ให้รับเชื้อมาก็ต้องขอบคุณทางสจร.ที่ว่าเห็นความสำคัญของโรคนี้แล้วก็เห็นความสำคัญทางโรงพยาบาลเพราะทางโรงพยาบาลของเราเป็นโรงพยาบาลที่อยู่ใกล้เคียงกับจังหวัดสมุทรสาครซึ่งเป็นแหล่งแพร่เชื้อโรคอยู่นะครับ
ที่ผ่านมาสจร.ได้ผลิตและส่งมอบนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์ประมาณ800ชิ้นให้แก่โรงพยาบาลและหน่วยงานสาธารณสุขกว่า300แห่งใน66จังหวัดนวัตกรรมต่างๆถูกพัฒนาขึ้นโดยคณาจารย์นักศึกษาและทีมวิจัยของสจร.และได้รับการทดสอบโดยศูนย์ทดสอบผลิตภัณฑ์ไฟฟ้าและอิเล็กทรอนิกส์ตามมาตรฐานด้านความปลอดภัยและจากจุดเริ่มต้นตรงนี้จึงทำให้สจร.มีแนวคิดยกระดับศูนย์ให้เป็นโรงพยาบาลพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารโรงพยาบาลวิจัยและนวัตกรรมเพื่อคนไทยทุกคนจากสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 สถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์รวมนวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 ได้พัฒนานวัตกรรมอย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อช่วยบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ซึ่งเปรียบเสมือนนักรบแนวหน้าให้ปฏิบัติหน้าที่ได้อย่างปลอดภัยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชัชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.พร้อมด้วยทีมผู้บริหารได้ร่วมกันส่งมอบตู้ตรวจเชื้อ Swab Test แบบความดันบวกและแบบความดันลบให้แก่พลโทธรรมนูญวิถีแม่ทัพภาคที่ 1เพื่อส่งต่อให้กับโรงพยาบาลในสังกัดกองทัพภาคที่ 1ได้นำไปใช้ในกระบวนการตรวจหาเชื้อทั้งนี้สจล.ยังพร้อมผลิตตู้ตรวจเชื้อดังกล่าวและนวัตกรรมการแพทย์สู้โควิด -19 อาทิเครื่องช่วยหายใจอัตโนมัติหุ่นยนต์ฆ่าเชื้อโควิดและหุ่นยนต์ขนส่งเวชภัณฑ์ซึ่งเตรียมส่งมอบให้แก่โรงพยาบาลทั่วประเทศอีกกว่า200แห่งรวมถึง3จังหวัดชายแดนภาคใต้ด้วยนับเป็นความร่วมมือร่วมใจช่วยเหลือกันในช่วงวิกฤตที่เกิดขึ้นสจล.จะยังเดินหน้าพัฒนานวัตกรรมออกมาเพื่อช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ได้มากที่สุดและเราจะร่วมจับมือก้าวผ่านโควิด -19 ไปด้วยกันสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ในประเทศไทยยังมีจำนวนผู้ติดเชื้ออย่างต่อเนื่องและการตรวจคัดกรองผู้ป่วยในโรงพยาบาลก็เป็นกระบวนการที่มีความจำเป็นอย่างมากศูนย์รวมนวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 โดยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชัชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.และรองศาสตราจารย์ดร.คมสันต์มาลีศรีคณบดีคณะวิศวกรรมศาสตร์พร้อมด้วยศิษย์เก่าคณะวิศวกรรมศาสตร์รุ่นที่ 8 ได้นำตู้ Swab Test Negative Pressure ไปมอบให้ที่โรงพยาบาลภูมิพลอดุลยเดชโดยมีพลอากาศตรีทวีพงษ์ปัจจรีผู้อำนวยการโรงพยาบาลเป็นผู้รับมอบเพื่อนำไปให้แพทย์พยาบาลและบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ของโรงพยาบาลได้นำไปใช้งานเพื่อความปลอดภัย
ถ้าที่ดูเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยมันมีการแยกระหว่างคนทำกับคนไข้ค่อนข้างชัดเจนนะครับแล้วก็มีการทำเป็นnegative pressureเนี่ยเชื้อก็จะไม่แพร่กระจายนั้นคนทำเนี่ยก็ใส่เครื่องป้องกันได้น้อยลงนะครับแต่ยังใส่อยู่นะครับแล้วก็ต้องดำเนินการด้วยความระวังอยู่ดีแต่ก็ทำได้เร็วขึ้นนะครับแล้วก็สะดวกขึ้นนะครับมากขึ้น
ตู้ในการตรวจนะครับผู้มีความเสี่ยงหรือคนไข้ที่เป็นตู้ความดันลบจะช่วยทำให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์นั้นได้ปลอดภัยทำงานได้รวดเร็วและใช้งานได้จริงซึ่งนี่เป็นเวอร์ชั่นล่าสุดซึ่งจะมีการพัฒนาต่อเนื่องไปที่สำคัญนะครับใช้งานได้ง่ายปลอดภัยเคลื่อนย้ายด้วยโรงพยาบาลจะเคลื่อนย้ายไปไหนเนี่ยใช้ในกรณีต่างๆก็ใช้ได้วันนี้ถ้าเกิดว่าโรงพยาบาลที่ใดก็ตามนะครับต้องการติดต่อมาที่พระจอมเกล้าและกระบังเราจะไปมอบให้เลยครับ
นวัตกรรมตู้ Swab Test ปลอดเชื้อนี้ทีมวิจัยออกแบบมาเพื่อให้ผู้ใช้งานมีความปลอดภัยที่สุดในขณะที่ทำหัตถการตรวจเก็บเชื้อจากผู้ที่มาตรวจ
เรามีตู้ที่เป็น negative pressure เนี่ยคือเป็นตู้ดูดนะฮะดูดลมดูดอากาศไปทั้งหมดแล้วจะไปผ่านระบบนะฮะที่เราเรียกว่าระบบฆ่าเชื้อด้วย UVC แล้วก็ผ่านในส่วนของ HEPA filter อีกทีนึงเพื่อให้อากาศที่อยู่ในตู้เนี่ยผ่านระบบเราเรียกว่าระบบฆ่าเชื้อระบบกรองแล้วถึงจะปล่อยอากาศนั้นไปสู่สิ่งแวดล้อมก็คือจะทำให้เชื้อโรคต่างๆเนี่ยมันไม่แพร่กระจายในสิ่งแวดล้อมเพราะฉะนั้นวิธีการนี้เนี่ยนอกจากเป็นการเซฟบุคลากรทางการแพทย์แล้วเนี่ยเรายังเป็นการเซฟสิ่งแวดล้อมเซฟไม่ให้คนที่2คนที่3เนี่ยมาติดเชื้อด้วยเพราะว่าหลังจากคนที่ตรวจเสร็จแล้วระบบในตู้จะมีการสเปรย์แอลกอฮอล์เพราะนั้นเชื้อที่อาจจะหลงเหลือซึ่งจริงๆมีไม่มากแล้วนะครับเพราะมันถูกดูดอยู่ตลอดเวลาแต่อย่างน้อยเราก็เพย์เซฟอีกทีนึงก็คือสเปรย์แอลกอฮอล์ หลังจากนั้นเนี่ยก็ทำให้ระบบเนี่ยมันมีการดูดแล้วก็การกรองต่อไปได้เลย
โรงพยาบาลหรือหน่วยงานที่สนใจสามารถติดต่อได้ที่สำนักงานบริหารงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังโทร 0918120416ศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.และทีมผู้บริหารนำตู้ตรวจเชื้อความดันบวกนวัตกรรมของศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังจำนวน6ตู้ไปมอบให้ที่จังหวัดระยองโดยมีนายสุรศักดิ์เจริญสิริโชติผู้ว่าราชการจังหวัดระยองเป็นผู้รับมอบทั้งนี้จะมีการนำตู้ตรวจเชื้อความดันบวกไปส่งมอบให้แก่โรงพยาบาลระยองโรงพยาบาลนิคมพัฒนาโรงพยาบาลบ้านค่ายโรงพยาบาลปลวกแดงโรงพยาบาลเขาชะเมาและโรงพยาบาลวังจันทร์เพื่อนำไปใช้ประโยชน์
วันนี้มามอบอุปกรณ์ทางการแพทย์ให้จังหวัดระยองครับมามอบให้กับท่านผู้ว่าเลยวันนี้ก็มีโรงพยาบาลตั้งแต่อำเภอเมืองนะครับอำเภออื่นมารับมอบด้วยภูมิใจมากๆนะครับวันนี้ถึงมือจังหวัดระยองเรียบร้อยแล้วครับและยังมีอุปกรณ์ทางการแพทย์อื่นๆอีกที่มอบให้กับทางจังหวัดระยองครับภูมิใจจริงๆและที่สำคัญพี่อยากจะกราบขอบคุณพี่น้องประชาชนคนไทยทุกคนจริงๆนะครับที่สนับสนุนศูนย์สู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังนะครับนวัตกรรมโดยคนไทยสนับสนุนโดยคนไทยและช่วยชีวิตคนไทยครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ต้องขอขอบคุณนะครับท่านอธิการบดีสจล.ท่านคณบดีแล้วก็อาจารย์ที่ได้นำตู้ความดันบวกสำหรับใช้เพื่อตรวจหาเชื้อจากผู้ป่วยคิดว่าจังหวัดระยองเนี่ยจะได้นำไปให้กับทางโรงพยาบาลในพื้นที่ทุกๆแห่งได้ใช้ซึ่งนอกจากโรคโควิดแล้วยังสามารถใช้ตรวจโรคอื่นได้ด้วยนะครับก็ต้องถือว่าเป็นประโยชน์อย่างยิ่ง
ขณะนี้สจล.ยังคงดำเนินการส่งมอบนวัตกรรมต่างๆจากศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังให้แก่โรงพยาบาลหน่วยงานและองค์กรต่างๆที่ต้องการความช่วยเหลืออย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการร่วมช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์นี้ไปด้วยกันจากสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ที่มีจำนวนผู้ติดเชื้อเพิ่มขึ้นเป็นจำนวนมากทำให้ความต้องการอุปกรณ์ทางการแพทย์เพื่อใช้ดูแลผู้ป่วยติดเชื้อมีจำนวนเพิ่มขึ้นตามไปด้วยสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์รวมนวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 จึงเดินหน้าวิจัยและพัฒนานวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์อย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อผลิตอุปกรณ์และแจกจ่ายให้แก่โรงพยาบาลทั่วประเทศที่ขาดแคลนหรือมีความต้องการอย่างเร่งด่วนศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังพร้อมด้วยคณะผู้บริหารได้นำเครื่องช่วยหายใจมินิ Emergency Ventilator ต้นแบบไปมอบให้กับโรงพยาบาลสิรินธรเพื่อทดสอบการใช้งานทั้งยังส่งมอบตู้ตรวจเชื้อความดันลบ Swab Test หุ่นยนต์ขนส่งเวชภัณฑ์หุ่นยนต์ฆ่าเชื้อด้วยแสง UVC พร้อมทั้งปรับปรุงห้อง Negative Pressure Room สำหรับผู้ติดเชื้อโควิด -19 ให้กับโรงพยาบาลอีกด้วยนวัตกรรมที่ทีมวิจัยของสจล.ผลิตขึ้นมาล้วนมีความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งต่อบุคลากรทางการแพทย์เพื่อใช้รักษาและควบคุมปริมาณผู้ติดเชื้อโดยสจล.เตรียมผลิตนวัตกรรมดังกล่าวเพื่อแจกจ่ายไปยังโรงพยาบาลทั่วประเทศภายใต้โครงการ 60 ปีพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังไร้ขีดจำกัดสำหรับโรงพยาบาลหรือหน่วยงานที่สนใจขอรับผลิตภัณฑ์คำแนะนำหรือต้นแบบการผลิตนวัตกรรมดังกล่าวสามารถติดต่อสำนักงานบริหารงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังโทร 091-812-0416 สจล.พร้อมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์โควิด -19 ไปด้วยกันท่ามกลางสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ประเทศไทยต้องต่อสู้ในการควบคุมและลดจำนวนผู้ติดเชื้อลงให้ได้โดยเฉพาะด่านหน้าอย่างแพทย์พยาบาลและบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ที่จะต้องทำงานหนักและมีความเสี่ยงทั้งจากการทำหน้าที่คัดกรองผู้ป่วยตลอดจนกระบวนการรักษาสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์รวมนวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 เล็งเห็นความสำคัญของการผลิตนวัตกรรมขึ้นมาเพื่อช่วยแก้ปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นโดยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาชวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.ดร.สุมาลีอุทัยเฉลิมรองประธานกรรมการในคณะกรรมการส่งเสริมกิจการสถาบันและทีมผู้บริหารได้นำตู้ตรวจเชื้อ Swab Test แบบความดันบวกหรือ COVID-19 Test Station ทั้งแบบ Single Capsule และแบบ Trio Capsule ซึ่งเป็นผลงานของทีมนักออกแบบจากคณะสถาปัตยกรรมศาสตร์สจล.มามอบให้แก่โรงพยาบาลพระมงกุฎเกล้าเพื่อให้แพทย์และบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ได้นำไปใช้ในขั้นตอนการตรวจเก็บเชื้อจากผู้ที่เข้ามาตรวจที่โรงพยาบาล
วันนี้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ได้ทุ่มเทอย่างสุดความสามารถนะครับอย่างไรก็ตามวันนี้ประเทศไทยต้องขยายเรื่องการตรวจเชื้อให้มากยิ่งขึ้นยิ่งมีผู้มาตรวจเยอะบุคลากรทางการแพทย์แน่นอนนะครับก็มีโอกาสที่จะมีความเสี่ยงมากยิ่งขึ้นทำให้ศูนย์นวัตกรรมโควิด -19 ภายใต้การสนับสนุนจากพี่น้องประชาชนทุกคนนะครับวันนี้ผมต้องขอบคุณนะครับท่านผู้ในการโรงพยาบาลพระมงกุฎนะครับที่ท่านรับมอบถือว่าเป็น Test Station ที่เป็น Positive Pressure Room ที่ช่วยให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์มีความปลอดภัยภายใต้ห้องควบคุมความดันที่เป็นบวกและผู้ที่มีความเสี่ยงหรือผู้ที่มาตรวจอยู่ภายนอกเหมือนกับประเทศเกาหลีใต้แต่เราทำได้เองโดยคนไทยนะครับ
การป้องกันการติดบุคลากรทางการแพทย์โดยเฉพาะแพทย์หรือว่าเจ้าหน้าที่ที่มาทำการตรวจเชื้อเนี่ยโดยการแยงจมูกหน้าของคนไข้กับหน้าของเจ้าหน้าที่เนี่ยใกล้กันมากสำคัญที่สุดก็คือก็ต้องใช้เครื่องป้องกันก็จะต้องพร้อมแต่ทีนี้ในภาวะที่มีความขาดแคลนห้องโพซิทีฟเนี่ยจะเป็นตัวช่วย1เรื่องความปลอดภัยก็คือความดันเนี่ยดันออกมาเพราะนั้นลมที่จะเข้าไปหาตัวเจ้าหน้าที่เนี่ยจะเข้าไม่ได้พอมีเป็นกั้นระหว่างกั้นกระจกเนี่ยเราก็จะประหยัดในเรื่องของ N95 Face Shield ชุดต่างๆลงไปได้ทำให้เราสามารถยืนระยะในการจะสู้กับโควิด -19 เนี่ยไปได้นานเพราะว่าถ้าเมื่อไหร่ก็ตามเราขาดแคลนชุดปุ๊บเราก็จะไม่สามารถสู้กันได้แล้วมันจะกลายเป็นความเสี่ยงของเจ้าหน้าที่บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ขึ้นมาทันทีเพราะนั้นตู้นี้ก็คิดว่าน่าจะเป็นประโยชน์ไม่ใช่แค่เฉพาะโรงพยาบาลพระมงกุฎเกล้านะครับผมว่าโรงพยาบาลใดที่จะต้องมีการเสียเชื้อจากจมูกไปตรวจเนี่ยจะช่วยในแง่ของทรัพยากรอย่างมากครับ
ผลงานนวัตกรรมนี้ทางทีมนักออกแบบคณะสถาปัตยกรรมศาสตร์ได้ออกแบบมาเพื่อให้ตอบโจทย์การใช้งานของแพทย์และบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ให้ได้มากที่สุด
คณะสถาปัตย์เราเองเนี่ยมีทักษะในเรื่องของการออกแบบกายภาพอยู่แล้วนะคะเราร่วมมือกับคณะแพทยศาสตร์ร่วมมือกับคณะวิศวกรรมศาสตร์แล้วก็อาศัยองค์ความรู้จากหมอโรงพยาบาลต่างๆมาช่วยกันออกแบบเราทำเป็น2รูปแบบแบบที่โมบายก็คือมีล้อเคลื่อนที่ได้ซึ่งองค์ความรู้เหล่านี้ค่ะคือการออกแบบ Exhibitionใช้กระบวนการแบบที่เรียกว่าเป็นซิสเต็มเนี่ยประกอบขึ้นมานะคะในเวลาที่ไม่นานต้นทุนต้องไม่แพงที่สำคัญก็คือคณะวิศวะเข้ามาช่วยเราคิดนะคะระบบที่เรียกว่าความดันบวกหรือ positive pressure สำหรับที่จะ protect ห้องในส่วนที่คุณหมอเนี่ยอยู่ด้านในตรงนี้เนี่ยค่ะแรงดันบวกมันจะช่วยทำให้คนที่อยู่ข้างในเนี่ยลดความเสี่ยงที่จะติดเชื้อหรือที่ว่า contaminate จากภายนอกเข้าไปในห้องนั้นด้วยนะคะ
แนวคิดในการออกแบบอันดับที่1ก็คือต้องผลิตได้ง่าย2ผลิตได้รวดเร็วประกอบและติดตั้งได้ง่ายมีต้นทุนในการผลิตที่ต่ำแล้วก็สุดท้ายสามารถนำกลับไป reuse หรือการนำกลับไปใช้งานในรูปแบบอื่นๆได้นั่นคือหัวใจของการออกแบบตู้ตรวจของเราในส่วนของการใช้งานนะครับก็จะมีส่วนด้านนอกนะครับที่เป็นจุดคัดกรองนะครับที่ผู้ป่วยหรือผู้ตรวจเนี่ยเข้ามายืนรอส่วนด้านในเนี่ยก็จะเป็นแพทย์หรือเจ้าหน้าที่ปฏิบัติการที่จะตรวจสอบนะครับแล้วก็จะมีการทำงานร่วมกันซึ่งในนี้ทั้งนั้นเนี่ยก็จะขึ้นอยู่กับซีนาริโอของแต่ละโรงพยาบาลก็จะไม่เหมือนกัน
สจล.ได้เตรียมผลิตและส่งมอบ COVID-19 Test Station ให้แก่โรงพยาบาลในกรุงเทพและต่างจังหวัดเป็นอีกหนึ่งตัวช่วยแพทย์และบุคลากรทางการแพทย์คัดกรองผู้ป่วยโควิด -19 ได้อย่างปลอดภัยโรงพยาบาลหรือหน่วยงานที่สนใจนวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 ของสจล.สามารถติดต่อสำนักงานบริหารงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังโทร 0918120416ประชาชนที่สนใจร่วมบริจาคเงินสมทบทุนผลิตอุปกรณ์การแพทย์แจกจ่ายแก่โรงพยาบาลทั่วประเทศสามารถบริจาคได้ที่ธนาคารกรุงไทยชื่อบัญชีสจล.นวัตกรรมสู้โควิด -19 เลขที่บัญชี 693-031-750-0 เพื่อเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ไปด้วยกันแม้ว่าขณะนี้สถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ในประเทศไทยจะมีจำนวนผู้ติดเชื้อในแต่ละวันลดลงก็ยังสวนทางกับสถานการณ์ทั่วโลกที่ยังคงมีผู้ติดเชื้อเพิ่มขึ้นสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังยังคงเดินหน้าผลิตนวัตกรรมเพื่อช่วยเหลือบุคลากรทางการแพทย์โดยมีเป้าหมายในการผลิตเพื่อแจกจ่ายให้แก่โรงพยาบาลและหน่วยงานทั้งภายในและภายนอกประเทศศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.พร้อมด้วยทีมผู้บริหารได้ร่วมกันส่งมอบเครื่องช่วยหายใจอัตโนมัติจำนวน10เครื่องให้แก่สาธารณรัฐมาลดีฟไว้สำรองใช้ในกรณีฉุกเฉินช่วยเหลือประชาชนเพื่อรับมือกับสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19
This KMITL for fight COVID-19 was found since February. We try to be ready. That is, in the case of emergency, the Thai people need support, the medical equipment. At the case of emergency, the country who produce medical equipment, they have to support their own citizens, so they cannot export to us. So KMITL, we set up KMITL Go Fight COVID-19, and we very success that to produce a lot of medical equipment in the industry. For example, mini emergency ventilator that today we send to Republic of Maldives. His Excellency Ambassador, we also here to get the ventilator by his own.
A country like Maldives who imports everything has it's very limiting for the Maldives to bring in anything, and especially with our tourism revenue coming to a halt due to the lockdowns. We are facing a huge cash flow problem in the market. So we are looking out for international assistance in these donations, including the respirators and also ICU facilities, because as you must know, due to the small population of the Maldives, we don't have bigger ICU facilities there. So we are currently in need of ICU facilities and the testing kits and the regular COVID-19 apparatus that is essential to do the testing, including the reagents. Now this is very impressive what's here in this facility, and I think actually every bit of innovation that we have seen here is actually very useful for a country like Maldives right now.
นับเป็นความห่วงใยร่วมมือร่วมใจช่วยเหลือกันในช่วงวิกฤตโควิด -19 และยังเป็นการสร้างความสัมพันธ์ระหว่างสองประเทศให้ดียิ่งขึ้นทั้งนี้หน่วยงานหรือองค์กรใดที่สนใจนวัตกรรมของศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังสามารถติดต่อมาได้ที่สจล.เราพร้อมช่วยเหลือทุกภาคส่วนเพื่อให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์นี้ไปด้วยกันสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยศูนย์นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 พระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังได้มุ่งมั่นพัฒนานวัตกรรมออกมาอย่างต่อเนื่องเพื่อต้องการช่วยเหลือบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ในการควบคุมสถานการณ์การระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ในขณะนี้โดยศาสตราจารย์พิเศษดร.กิติพงศ์กิตยารักษ์นายกสภาสถาบันพร้อมด้วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาวีสุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.และผู้บริหารได้ร่วมกันส่งมอบตู้ตรวจเชื้อแบบความดันลบให้แก่ผู้แทนจากมูลนิธิโรงพยาบาลสมเด็จพระยุพราชเพื่อไปมอบให้แก่โรงพยาบาลสมเด็จพระยุพราชทั่วประเทศจำนวน21แห่งนำไปใช้ในกระบวนการตรวจหาเชื้อโควิด -19 นอกจากนี้สจล.ยังพร้อมผลิตตู้ตรวจเชื้อดังกล่าวและนวัตกรรมการแพทย์สู้โควิด -19 อื่นๆ อาทิตู้ตรวจเชื้อแบบความดันบวกเครื่องช่วยหายใจอัตโนมัติมินิ Emergency Ventilator ซึ่งเตรียมส่งมอบให้แก่โรงพยาบาลและหน่วยงานที่มีความต้องการทั้งนี้ศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาชวี สุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.ยังได้รับมอบเงินสมทบเข้าสู่นวัตกรรมสู้ภัยโควิด -19 โดยมีศาสตราจารย์พิเศษดร.กิติพงศ์กิตยารักษ์นายกสภาสถาบันเป็นตัวแทนมอบเงินจากกลุ่มลูกหลวงพ่อซึ่งเป็นการรวมกลุ่มกันของบุคลากรที่เป็นผู้บริหารระดับสูงของหน่วยงานทางภาครัฐและเอกชนในพื้นที่จังหวัดฉะเชิงเทราเพื่อร่วมสนับสนุนสจล.สร้างนวัตกรรมช่วยเหลือผู้ป่วยโควิด -19 เป็นจำนวนเงิน1 ล้านบาทนอกจากนี้คุณวัฒนาเจริญนวรัตน์ประธานกรรมการบริหารบริษัทวรรณชัยกรุ๊ปจำกัดมหาชนได้มอบเงินจำนวน 500,000 บาทและคุณโยธินดำเนินชาญวณิชกรรมการผู้จัดการใหญ่บริษัท AA จำกัดมหาชนได้มอบเงินจำนวน 100,000 บาทเพื่อร่วมสนับสนุนในการจัดทำและส่งมอบนวัตกรรมให้แก่โรงพยาบาลนับเป็นความร่วมมือร่วมใจจากหลายภาคส่วนที่ต้องการจะช่วยเหลือสังคมให้ก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์โควิด -19 ไปด้วยกันสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ภายในประเทศไทยขณะนี้ยังคงพบผู้ติดเชื้ออย่างต่อเนื่องซึ่งการระบาดระลอกใหม่ได้ขยายวงกว้างไปในหลายจังหวัดสถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.ได้เล็งเห็นถึงความจำเป็นอย่างเร่งด่วนที่จะต้องควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดจึงเร่งสนับสนุนนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์จากศูนย์นวัตกรรม KMITL Go Fight COVID-19 ไปช่วยบุคลากรทางการแพทย์เพื่อรับมือกับสถานการณ์ที่เกิดขึ้นโดยศาสตราจารย์ดร.สุชาชวี สุวรรณสวัสดิ์อธิการบดีสจล.รองศาสตราจารย์ดร.คมสันต์มาลีศรีรองอธิการบดีอาวุโสฝ่ายบริหารทรัพยากรและบริการผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.รัชนีกุลยานนท์รองอธิการบดีฝ่ายวิจัยและนวัตกรรมและผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ณัฐนนท์ ไพบูลย์ศิลป์รักษาการแทนผู้อำนวยการสำนักบริหารงานวิจัยและนวัตกรรมพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังหรือคริสได้มอบรถตู้โมบายสวอปเทสชนิดความดันบวกให้แก่สำนักอนามัยกรุงเทพมหานครโดยมอบให้แพทย์หญิงเอมออนสิริพรประธานกลุ่มศูนย์บริการสาธารณสุขกลุ่มกรุงธนเหนือเพื่อนำรถไปใช้ลงพื้นที่ออกตรวจหากลุ่มผู้เสี่ยงหรือผู้ที่มีแนวโน้มสัมผัสเชื้อโควิด -19 ในพื้นที่กรุงเทพมหานครและปริมณฑลรวมทั้งได้มอบชุด PAPR จำนวน 10 ชุดและเครื่องสแกนอุณหภูมิจำนวน 1 เครื่องเพื่อนำไปใช้สู้ภัยโควิด -19 ระลอกใหม่ที่เกิดขึ้น
สถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังเรามีความตั้งใจอย่างยิ่งนะครับว่าเราต้องการจะสร้างนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์ด้วยตัวเองโดยเฉพาะในช่วงโควิดที่ผ่านมาเราได้แจกจ่ายชุดอุปกรณ์สู้โควิด -19 มากกว่า600ชิ้นใน62จังหวัดโดยเฉพาะในกทมนะครับรถตู้คันนี้เป็นรถตู้ที่เราดัดแปลงจากรถตู้ปกติบุคลากรทางการแพทย์ไม่ว่าจะเป็นหมอพยาบาลจะอยู่ข้างในรถนี้จะทำให้ผู้อยู่ข้างในปลอดภัยและไม่จำเป็นต้องสวมชุดอุปกรณ์ที่เรา PPE ป้องกันซึ่งราคาแพงหาได้ยากและระหว่างเปิดชุดเนี่ยนะครับก็มีความเสี่ยงนอกจากนั้นแล้วเรายังได้ผลิตชุดความดันบวกพระจอมเกล้าลาดกระบังได้ประดิษฐ์คิดค้นขึ้นและได้มอบให้กับสำนักอนามัยให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ได้สวมและนำไปใช้ในการตรวจเชิงรุกเพื่อหาเชื้อโควิดและจะได้ควบคุมเชื้อให้ได้ทันท่วงทีครับ
รถที่เราได้รับแบบสจล.เนี่ยคิดว่าน่าจะช่วยเหลือผู้ปฏิบัติงานได้มากเนื่องจากระลอกที่แล้วคนของเราเนี่ยต้องใส่ชุด PPE ลงไปในท่ามกลางอากาศที่ร้อนมากอย่างเช่นเคสสนามมวยเนี่ยสวอปทีเป็น100 รายซึ่งมันต้องใช้เวลานานมากแล้วก็เสี่ยงต่อบุคลากรซึ่งหมอก็ได้รับการแนะนำมาหมอก็บอกว่ารถของสจล.ที่เป็น positive เนี่ยจะช่วย1ปกป้องเจ้าหน้าที่ที่เสี่ยงรับสัมผัสเคสน้อย2ใช้เวลาสั้นแล้วก็ประหยัดอุปกรณ์ซึ่งมันน่าจะเอื้อประโยชน์กับการควบคุมโรคในกรุงเทพมหานครทั่วทั้งกทม50เขตแพลนของเราคือตอนนี้ถ้ามีเคสบวกที่ไหนเราจะจัดหมุนเวียนตามเขตเพื่อลงสอบสวนโรคเพื่อไปสวอปเคสที่สัมผัสเคสเสี่ยงสูงตอนนี้นโยบายท่านผู้ว่าก็คือมอบให้เราเนี่ยสำรวจ472ตลาดที่รับสินค้ามาจากสมุทรสาครซึ่งถือว่าเสี่ยงสูงเราก็จะไปสำรวจคัดกรองเคสแล้วก็สวอปในเคสที่เสี่ยงเราจะไปทำการคัดกรองแล้วถ้าเสี่ยงสูงเราก็จะเอารถเข้าไปสวอปตามเขตต่างๆคิดว่าน่าจะได้ประโยชน์มากๆค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
และก่อนหน้านี้รองศาสตราจารย์ดร.คมสันต์มาลีศรีรองอธิการบดีอาวุโสฝ่ายบริหารทรัพยากรและบริการพร้อมผู้บริหารสจล.ได้นำตู้ตรวจเชื้อความดันลบจำนวน3ตู้ไปมอบให้ทางโรงพยาบาลศิริราชโดยมีศาสตราจารย์ดร.นายแพทย์ประสิทธิ์วัฒนาภาคณบดีคณะแพทยศาสตร์ศิริราชพยาบาลเป็นผู้รับมอบเพื่อให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ได้นำไปใช้ในการตรวจคัดกรองหาผู้ป่วยโควิด -19 ได้อย่างปลอดภัยที่ผ่านมาสจล.ได้ส่งมอบนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์เป็นจำนวนมากให้กับโรงพยาบาลและหน่วยงานทั่วประเทศทั้งนี้สจล.ยังคงเดินหน้าร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งในการสนับสนุนนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์เพื่อให้บุคลากรทางการแพทย์ได้นำไปใช้รับมือและควบคุมการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 ในขณะนี้ที่เห็นอยู่นี้คือเครื่องช่วยหายใจ Mini Emergency Ventilator ต้นแบบผลงานของทีมวิจัยหลักสูตรวิศวกรรมชีวการแพทย์คณะวิศวกรรมศาสตร์สถาบันเทคโนโลยีพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าคุณทหารลาดกระบังหรือสจล.โดยมีแนวคิดผลิตขึ้นมาเพื่อเตรียมพร้อมสำหรับรองรับผู้ป่วยติดเชื้อในปอดในภาวะฉุกเฉินอาทิอยู่ในระหว่างการส่งตัวหรือรอเข้ารับการรักษาด้วยเครื่องช่วยหายใจในโรงพยาบาลดังนั้นนวัตกรรมเครื่องช่วยหายใจดังกล่าวจึงมีความจำเป็นอย่างยิ่งสำหรับการทำงานของเครื่องช่วยหายใจนี้ได้นำหลักการมาจากเครื่องช่วยหายใจชนิดบีบมือซึ่งทีมวิจัยได้นำมาประยุกต์ใช้กับระบบควบคุมอิเล็กทรอนิกส์ที่สามารถตรวจจับจังหวะการหายใจของผู้ป่วยแต่ละคนทำให้การใช้งานมีความสะดวกปลอดภัยและได้มีการตรวจสอบมาตรฐานระดับสูงด้วยเครื่องมือเปรียบเทียบก่อนที่จะนำไปสู่การทดสอบการใช้งานทางการแพทย์ต่อไป
ก่อนที่เราจะเอาเครื่องไปใช้เราต้องให้เครื่องนั้นได้รับการคาลิเบรตหรือปรับเทียบโดยอุปกรณ์ที่ปรับเทียบตัวนี้เราก็มีอยู่นะครับสามารถปรับได้ทั้งปริมาตรอากาศที่หายใจในแต่ละครั้งสามารถที่จะวัดอัตราการหายใจว่าตรงไหมตามสเปคสามารถที่จะตั้งวัดเพชเชอร์ที่เครื่องสร้างขึ้นว่าเป็นอันตรายไหมนะครับนอกจากนั้นแล้วเครื่องนี้ยังติดตั้งวาล์วที่เรียกว่าปิ๊บวาล์วคอยคงระดับแรงดันบวกไว้อันนี้เป็นฟีเจอร์ที่เครื่องทำได้
หวังว่าจะใช้ในภาวะที่เป็นภาวะฉุกเฉินนะครับงั้นในคนไข้ที่สถานการณ์นั้นเร็วลงและมีความต้องการที่ต้องใช้เครื่องช่วยหายใจเป็นจำนวนมากก็อาจจะต้องใช้ซึ่งในภาวะที่ทางภายในประเทศอาจจะไม่มีเครื่องช่วยหายใจมาตรฐานนั้นเพียงพอเครื่องช่วยหายใจแบบนี้ก็อาจจะเป็นประโยชน์นะครับในส่วนที่2ก็คือว่าในระหว่างการขนย้ายผู้ป่วยหรือว่าในโรงพยาบาลที่มีความขาดแคลนเนี่ยนะครับก็อาจจะใช้เครื่องช่วยหายใจแบบนี้เป็นระยะเวลาสั้นๆนะครับ
และนี่ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งนวัตกรรมของสจล.ที่ได้นำองค์ความรู้ด้านเทคโนโลยีที่เป็นประโยชน์มาตอบโจทย์ความต้องการของสังคมเพื่อก้าวผ่านสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ไปให้ได้
Faculty of Architecture KMITL. We are unique not only as a school that transfer both science and humanity knowledge, but we are an important part to move Thailand architecture, design, and art forward. We prepare world citizens ready for the new age of innovation through learning process by the first-hand experience. The Faculty of Architecture KMITL. We are unique not only as a school that transfer both science and humanity knowledge, but we are an important part to move Thailand architecture, design, and art forward. We prepare world citizens ready for the new age of innovation through learning process by the first-hand experience. We encourage the new and creative design process. What happened in faculty can all together construct our strength, one and only here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. What are the core of learning here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL? We have 5 distinct departments. It ranges from Department of Architecture and Planning, Interior Architecture, Industrial Design, Communication Art, and Fine Arts. All of those share the same core, which are innovative design, smart art, and creative craft, as they are important skills for the younger generation to tackle with the more complicated world challenges. And more than that, we emphasize on providing our students learning skill in 21st century. They have great opportunity to learning by first-hand experience, balancing their right and left side of the brain. They can do both theory and practice in more than 10 workshops we have. Learning by doing can help the learner can gain their active learning methods.
The strength of our faculty is we do have many departments. With this, we can create the cross-learning process between each department. Students can learn other subjects between the department. And I believe sharing idea and sharing knowledge is very powerful.
น้องๆนักศึกษาที่อยู่ในคณะสถาปัตย์ลาดกระบังนะครับจะมีความหลากหลายในการทำโปรเจกต์เช่นเด็กสถาปัตย์เนี่ยก็จะไปเห็นเด็กนิเทศทำหนังบางครั้งก็เกิดแรงบันดาลใจต้องเอาความรู้ทางนิเทศเนี่ยมาใช้กับทางสถาปัตย์ในการพรีเซนต์ความหลากหลายแบบนี้จะเกิดแรงกระตุ้นและก็ต่อยอดในการทำวิชาชีพต่อไป
They are able to learn from real experience by success people. Our alumni has been on top of their career in the last 50 years.
งานออกแบบสถาปัตยกรรมมันบางทีมันไม่ได้เกิดจากกระดาษว่างๆแล้วก็อยู่ดีก็อุตริคิดอะไรขึ้นมาแต่ว่ามันเกิดจากคอนเทกต์มันเกิดจากบริบทมันเกิดจากปัญหาที่ต้องเจอให้ชุมชนเป็นอย่างนี้จะทำยังไงเราจะแก้ปัญหามันยังไงเพราะวิธีการแก้ปัญหานั่นแหละคือการหาคำตอบมันจะน่าสนใจแค่ไหนก็อยู่ที่เราจะสร้างสรรค์แค่ไหนเมื่อก่อนตอนเรียนเราก็โอเคเราชอบว่าแบบมันสวยงามดีเขาอาจารย์สอนวิธีการคิดระบบการคิดเราก็ไม่รู้เรื่องหรอกฮะตอนเรียนเราก็แบบโอเคแล้วก็เรียนเพิ่งมารู้สึกว่าที่อาจารย์สอนไปที่คุณครูสอนไปเนี่ยสอนให้เราเตรียมตัวตั้งแต่ตอนเรียนว่าทำงานก็เป็นแบบนี้มันเป็นวิธีการสอนแบบลาดกระบัง
ความคิดสร้างสรรค์เนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่เกิดจากคุณมองสิ่งรอบๆตัวด้วยมุมมองใหม่ๆปัญหาเนี่ยคือที่มาของความคิดสร้างสรรค์เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยที่ลาดกระบังเนี่ยสอนให้เราแก้ปัญหาแล้วก็ทำความเข้าใจกับปัญหาก่อนที่จะนำไปสู่ความคิดสร้างสรรค์ซึ่งผมคิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่พิเศษมากๆ
We started from the College of Construction in 1963 to the vision of creative knowledge to practice in order to support all dimensions of the country development. Study architecture, design, and art is crucial for our society. As Churchill said, we shape our building, thereafter they shape us. We believe that design discipline play initial role in tackle and create the new condition of the world in the new cutting edge. By providing learning fundamental in innovation era, we can make it happen in the environment in the Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. The Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. We are unique not only as a school that transfers both science and humanity knowledge, but we are an important part to move Thailand architecture, design, and art forward. We prepare world citizens ready for the new age of innovation through learning process by the first-hand experience. We encourage the new and creative design process. What happened in faculty can all together construct our strength, one and only here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. What are the core of learning here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL? We have 5 distinct departments. It ranges from Department of Architecture and Planning, Interior Architecture, Industrial Design, Communication Art, and Fine Arts. All of those share the same core, which are innovative design, smart art, and creative craft, as they are important skills for the younger generation to tackle with the more complicated world challenges. And more than that, we emphasize on providing our students learning skill in 21st century. They have great opportunity to learning by first-hand experience, balancing their right and left side of the brain. They can do both theory and practice in more than 10 workshops we have. Learning by doing can help the learner can gain their active learning methods.
The strength of our faculty is we do have many departments. With this, we can create the cross-learning process between each department. Students can learn other subjects between the department. And I believe sharing idea and sharing knowledge is very powerful.
น้องๆนักศึกษาที่อยู่ในคณะสถาปัตย์ลาดกระบังนะครับจะมีความหลากหลายในการทำโปรเจกต์เช่นเด็กสถาปัตย์เนี่ยก็จะไปเห็นเด็กนิเทศทำหนังบางครั้งก็เกิดแรงบันดาลใจต้องเอาความรู้ทางนิเทศเนี่ยมาใช้กับทางสถาปัตย์ในการพรีเซนต์ความหลากหลายแบบนี้จะเกิดแรงกระตุ้นและก็ต่อยอดในการทำวิชาชีพต่อไป
They are able to learn from real experience by success people. Our alumni has been on top of their career in the last 50 years.
งานออกแบบสถาปัตยกรรมมันบางทีมันไม่ได้เกิดจากกระดาษว่างๆแล้วก็อยู่ดีก็อุตริคิดอะไรขึ้นมาแต่ว่ามันเกิดจากคอนเทกต์มันเกิดจากบริบทมันเกิดจากปัญหาที่ต้องเจอให้ชุมชนเป็นอย่างนี้จะทำยังไงเราจะแก้ปัญหามันยังไงเพราะวิธีการแก้ปัญหานั่นแหละคือการหาคำตอบมันจะน่าสนใจแค่ไหนก็อยู่ที่เราจะสร้างสรรค์แค่ไหนเมื่อก่อนตอนเรียนเราก็โอเคเราชอบว่าแบบมันสวยงามดีเขาอาจารย์สอนวิธีการคิดระบบการคิดเราก็ไม่รู้เรื่องหรอกฮะตอนเรียนเราก็แบบโอเคแล้วก็เรียนเพิ่งมารู้สึกว่าอ๋อที่อาจารย์สอนไปที่คุณครูสอนไปเนี่ยสอนให้เราเตรียมตัวตั้งแต่ตอนเรียนว่าทำงานก็เป็นแบบนี้มันเป็นวิธีการสอนแบบลาดกระบังความคิดสร้างสรรค์เนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่เกิดจากคุณมองสิ่งรอบๆตัวด้วยมุมมองใหม่ๆปัญหาเนี่ยคือที่มาของความคิดสร้างสรรค์เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยที่ลาดกระบังเนี่ยสอนให้เราแก้ปัญหาแล้วก็ทำความเข้าใจกับปัญหาก่อนที่จะนำไปสู่ความคิดสร้างสรรค์ซึ่งผมคิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่พิเศษมากๆ
We started from the College of Construction in 1963 to the vision of creative knowledge to practice in order to support all dimensions of the country development. Study architecture, design, and art is crucial for our society. As Churchill said, we shape our building, thereafter they shape us. We believe that design discipline play initial role in tackle and create the new condition of the world in the new cutting edge. By providing learning fundamental in innovation era, we can make it happen in the environment in the Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. offer both science and humanity knowledge. But we are an important part to move Thailand architecture, design, and art forward. We prepare world citizens ready for the new age of innovation through learning process by the first-hand experience. We encourage the new and creative design process. What happened in faculty can all together construct our strength, one and only here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL. What are the core of learning here in Faculty of Architecture, KMITL? We have 5 distinct departments. It ranges from Department of Architecture and Planning, Interior Architecture, Industrial Design, Communication Art, and Fine Arts. All of those share the same core, which are innovative design, smart art, and creative craft, as they are important skills for the younger generation to tackle with the more complicated world challenges. And more than that, we emphasize on providing our students learning skills in 21st century. They have great opportunity to learning by first-hand experience.
Cross-learning process between each department. Students can learn other subjects between the department. And I believe sharing idea and sharing knowledge is very powerful.
น้องๆนักศึกษาที่อยู่ในคณะสถาปัตย์ลาดกระบังนะครับจะมีความหลากหลายในการทำโปรเจกต์เช่นเด็กสถาปัตย์เนี่ยก็จะไปเห็นเด็กนิเทศทำหนังบางครั้งก็เกิดแรงบันดาลใจต้องเอาความรู้ทางนิเทศเนี่ยมาใช้กับทางสถาปัตย์ในการพรีเซนต์ความหลากหลายแบบนี้จะเกิดแรงกระตุ้นและก็ต่อยอดในการทำวิชาชีพต่อไป
They are able to learn from real experience by success people. Our alumni has been on top of their career in the last 50 years.
งานออกแบบสถาปัตยกรรมมันบางทีมันไม่ได้เกิดจากกระดาษว่างๆแล้วก็อยู่ดีก็อุตริคิดอะไรขึ้นมาแต่ว่ามันเกิดจากคอนเทกต์มันเกิดจากบริบทมันเกิดจากปัญหาที่ต้องเจอให้ชุมชนเป็นอย่างนี้จะทำยังไงเราจะแก้ปัญหามันยังไงเพราะวิธีการแก้ปัญหานั่นแหละคือการหาคำตอบมันจะน่าสนใจแค่ไหนก็อยู่ที่เราจะสร้างสรรค์แค่ไหน
เมื่อก่อนตอนเรียนเราก็โอเคเราชอบว่าแบบมันสวยงามดีเขาอาจารย์สอนวิธีการคิดระบบการคิดเราก็ไม่รู้เรื่องหรอกฮะตอนเรียนเราก็แบบโอเคแล้วก็เรียนเพิ่งมารู้สึกว่าอ๋อที่อาจารย์สอนไปที่คุณครูสอนไปเนี่ยสอนให้เราเตรียมตัวตั้งแต่ตอนเรียนว่าทำงานก็เป็นแบบนี้มันเป็นวิธีการสอนแบบลาดกระบัง
ความคิดสร้างสรรค์เนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่เกิดจากคุณมองสิ่งรอบๆตัวด้วยมุมมองใหม่ๆปัญหาเนี่ยคือที่มาของความคิดสร้างสรรค์เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยที่ลาดกระบังเนี่ยสอนให้เราแก้ปัญหาแล้วก็ทำความเข้าใจกับปัญหาก่อนที่จะนำไปสู่ความคิดสร้างสรรค์ซึ่งผมคิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่พิเศษมากๆ
We started from the College of Construction in 1963 to the vision of creative knowledge to practice in order to support all dimensions of the country development. Study architecture, design, and art is crucial for our society. As Churchill said, we shape our building, thereafter they shape us. We believe that design discipline play initial role in tackle and create the new condition of the world in the new cutting edge. By providing learning fundamental in innovation era, we can make it happen in the environment in the Faculty of Architecture, KMITL.
brunch. Yeah, I hope Patrick, you are in Thailand, right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm in
Okay.
Phuket right now.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's great. Now we are in the afternoon sessions, and these sessions will be there are two keynote speakers who are keen in their professional and academic experience. And the first one, Patrick, I met him in the great event in Phuket. That's a very great one. And Patrick had a lot of projects, interesting project about the sustainable design, and I think it's very interesting if we can bring this concept into the post-pandemic architectural design, and I think that's another concern for us in the next future. And yeah, please, Pratik, please, can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure. Well, thanks for the invitation. I've got a few things to show you today, and especially something. I'm in my office right now, and to the screen on the right-hand side, you see this painting here, this one, this sketch, and that one. These are all original sketches by the master Oscar Niemeyer.
Wow.
So he got those original sketches to me, and this was about 15 years ago when I was a student. So I've used him as inspiration for some big ideas. We work with a lot of big ideas, and we're working at a lot of decent scales at a good scale right now on our projects. I'm just going to pull up a couple of things here from my window. Let's have a look. Not sure if I can see the PDF yet. So let's have a look what we got here. But yeah, I mean, can everybody see that on the screen?
Not yet.
The pandemic has been an interesting time for us because in terms of sustainability, it enabled us to fine-tune our craft and enable us to fine-tune. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, we cannot see your screen yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Or maybe you can post your file on the chat and then I can share it for you.
Yeah, I've got a PDF that I'm trying to open on the window. Let me have a look here. We've had some share. Actually, we've had some share. I've had some share issues with Zoom recently, and this particular Apple Mac. So yeah, my apologies for that. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to send you the.
You can send it in the
document.
Chat box.
Yeah,
sure.
I could even WhatsApp it for you.
Sure.
And we'll go from there. But yeah, just to continue, the pandemic enabled us to dig a little bit deeper into the issues of sustainability in two ways. The first way was going local in terms of arts and crafts and resources, namely working with people who endorse this kind of work. So the arts and crafts of Thailand, and honing skills. We had a couple of projects just pre-pandemic where we were using some really interesting return concepts and working with recycled materials and marine plywoods. You should get that file in a minute, TJ. It's just coming through now.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Then also, what happens if we really go local with materials and we don't
rely so much on shipping. How can we do that? And for us, it was digging into the arts and crafts communities around Thailand because we couldn't go anywhere else. So that's what really spearheaded the two projects, the yoga studio of ACARA, and then secondly, Spice and Barley restaurant, which won interior design best of 2022-21 last year. So I've just shared something with you there, TJ. Did you receive it?
Yeah, I got it, and I'm trying to upload it. Yep.
Okay.
For a minute. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna coming through this screen now, I guess. Okay, coming. Let's see. Yep. This one?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I will go to the full screen one. Okay, cool. Yep.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Thanks for that, TJ. Yep. So this means that you have to control it, right? Is that right?
Yes, no worry about that. Let's just comment next slide. Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right. Well, thanks for that. You're going to have to just deal with my my profile, my profile, and we'll go through the whole thing. So yeah, I mean, this is actually the reason why I pulled this presentation together. And I was hoping to end up with a couple of recent slides that we've just doing on a project actually for an airport. Is this whole presentation and these projects I'm showing you were done in the pandemic, and out of that we actually were able to form a fairly robust business model and build up some relationships with people that we've never met. So these clients, and that's a nice transition. It was really the saying that we had in our heads was the art of the possible. So we won Best of Year Winner 2020 for interior design. We never met the jury. We couldn't attend the prize giving. On the right, there's some inspiration from us, Bjorn Knudsen, who is the architect for the Sydney Opera House. Next slide. And about making iconic design. So to us, nature is our biggest resource. We always somehow use it as inspiration, and our client briefs come from wellness, yoga, active lifestyle spaces, spa treatment, meditation, and those sorts of things as the core. Now that was originally from the yoga studio, but now those wellness concepts have come into other environments, namely things like airports, lesser degree fine dining, but we're doing a restaurant right now for the Banyan Tree, which is all about some sort of wellness eating, like a nutrition aspect, even though they serve alcohol and it's quite a 5-star venue. The food, next slide. The food is about some kind of embodiment of a wellness concept. So yeah, next slide, please. And these things here are always a little bit in sort of in the back of our minds as well. And to service these briefs, even though they're not, you know, for clinics or hospitals, now they're airports, an active space design and dynamic programs in unique settings is really the formation, I think, of post-COVID design. So I think that's the direction the design as an ethos, as architects, as interiors, as furnishings, as graphics, all encompassing design elements should be heading. Next slide. So this is another presentation we gave in COVID. We never met, it was all online, and it was called the AHA Shift. And we were part of a panel, and we wanted to just show this slide as one of our first interiors in full rattan. So we work with a lot of arts and crafts, as mentioned earlier. The people are generally used to making baskets, selling them in marketplaces, small scale products. We wanted to elevate the skill on an architectural scale. So they're actually making projects that can work in commercial settings to really use their arts and crafts skills, which they've learnt for 5 generations, in a very meaningful, purposeful way, and expose those skills, next slide, to a commercial environment. And so, this is a design on the right, an eco-wellness master plan in Phuket, which is still in design review. Next slide. And on to some more images of some of our accolades. Interior Design Best of Year for the yoga studio. Next slide. And the winner of the Design Awards for these marvelous spaces, all out of local Thai marine plywood. So the marine plywood is very, very thin. It's very strong, and at night we have LED neon lights that light up the whole thing. Very, very pretty. Next slide. Really designing, in this project, an oasis of tranquility in an urban setting. So that goes well with the theme of wellness or in the environment, and in particular post-COVID design. Next slide. So here's some more images of Thai arts and crafts going into a larger scale, being used at a larger scale. Really, and this whole center is 600 square meters. So next slide. The projects are getting bigger and bigger. Next slide. So this project here is a commercial project, and it's about working with tangible materials and something that's overtly Thai, overtly international. So blending a Thai arts and crafts from, again, a small market place style setting to something that's 9 meters high. So the span of this project is the equivalent of 3 stories. So imagine a 3-story building. If you go there today, the interior from the floor all the way to the top is 3 stories. And this project was very pivotal to us with receiving the commission to do the new project that we're working on right now. All of the commercial spaces and the retail space for the international airport in Bangalore in India. That will be open next April. Next slide, please. So yeah, this was, like I mentioned, a pivotal project. Some of the lighting effects very interesting at night, and we want to, mentioned earlier, introduce a real materiality into these environments at a really large scale. Overtly commercial project. The client is Minor International, so they run a big business, and so these are post-COVID initiatives, or COVID initiatives turned into something that is not a small endeavor, but an overtly commercial endeavor. So getting really into the grassroots of what the sensibility is about with the with these kinds of projects. Next slide. And onto this project here. Next slide. This is for a master plan project. It's a 2-kilometer site, something we're working on right now. Next slide. with a master plan, some separate dwellings, and a series of hotel rooms or hotel pods, if you like, that look at interrupting the landscape as little as possible. So you've got a main building, which is a hub. You've got a drop-off area, restaurants, and then a lobby, retail in the central zone, and the reception. So what we wanted to do here was do as little construction, as little digging, as little hard, what's the word I'm looking for? Hard construction, you know, backfill, digging, earthworks, as minimal earthworks as possible. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. So to maintain the site, to weave the designs into the site as it is, and to contain the nature as much as possible without the removal of as much nature as possible. Now, there's two benefits to that. Obviously, to keep the nature, but if we were acting smartly, it's quite cost effective as well, because we're not using heavy materials for this kind of construction. Next slide. And in our group, in our design office, we work with a lot of dynamic form studies. We wanted to make the whole, the idea of this place dynamic, with a covered central space, but then for the rest of the nature and the landscape to really do its thing. Next slide. This is the master plan. So you can see the idea for the main building and the beach, and to maintain as many trees as possible, because it was a very, very vegetative site with some very nice outcrops, some nature, and some falling terracing areas. So yeah, we problem is with resort work is if a brand has a brand standard, they want to take a building idea or concept they've developed before. It might be in a city, it might be somewhere else, and they want to put it into that natural environment because they want to justify costs. So what we're doing here is we're looking, next slide, thanks. We're looking to establish a brand standard for them, but a place that is related to the site. So it's an architectural driven process, not so much just a commercial driven process. And with the wellness criteria that this particular client has in mind, we were able to sell that quite strongly for a wellness center and yoga hub and spa to be right in the middle of the project. And then for, you know, the rest of the project to be a little bit more private, a little bit more secluded. Next slide. You know, with the bungalows and the main building in the perspective views, this really requires some architectural innovation. It requires requires us to really, you know, work with the intricacies of the site, work with the unusual aspects of the site, the difference in heights, not to erase all of that and just put something flat, but to actually make that part of the design process, to make that part of the experience, so that nature is not just you know, trees and green, but it's actually starting to form the very basis of the project. Next slide.
Can I jump in a bit? Where is it? I mean, the location of this one?
This one's in Malaysia.
Oh, that's great. So, and the huge, I mean, structure here is the wooden structure, or it's I don't know, the
Well,
round.
I'm gonna get onto that in a minute.
Okay, sorry. That's why
We've got
so
some
exciting.
We've got some unique concepts for that.
Yeah, go
so
on.
here's the lobby and main building perspective. We work with a lot of grasshopper elements. We work with a lot of scripting. I think it doesn't necessarily take away the job of the designer. It gives the designer more options. I know that your program is you know, big on enforcing that. and looking out for new technologies in order for architects to stay relevant, to have relevance. You know, the original slide I showed you of the Sydney Opera House, Bjorn Knudsen was using the latest technologies at the time, latest concrete manufacture. So I think architects really have a responsibility to keep all of that going. Next slide. Okay, so you asked me a question how it's going to be built. Well, we are and have looking into using nature systems for that. Coral printing is quite a thing now, especially in Thailand with the reduced coral reef conditions. So to re-establish the coral, and I know there's a few companies doing this already in Thailand, printing 3D coral to matrix structure that can support things at many different angles, like tree-like structures, like umbrellas, like networks, call them, you know, spider webs, or very more three-dimensional style of implementation of structural properties. I've just had my engineer in here and we had a big meeting about this. So we work very, very closely with engineers, and he also works with Rhino and Grasshopper. So we develop this stuff a lot in tandem with them. So what you see here is a 3D printed coral structure, a 3D printed coral on the left, a coral on the left, a 3D printed coral structure on the right. Next slide. And so this is something that we're heavily involved in our development style for this particular project. On the right is an example of the WASP 3D in Switzerland. And we have many prototypes and examples that we're developing right now. Next slide. So for this series of pavilions, if you like, we're going to work with the principles that we've just shown you. So it's a cementitious product. It's hollow. It's like a bamboo. And it's a very strong and very durable material. It doesn't break down like a natural wood. It won't mean that we won't continue to use some of the products that we're already using, but more in the interior. So actually, but for the main frame product, for the shelter aspects, we're looking at using these 3D coral cementitious concepts in going forward. Next slide, please. So here you've got the outdoor covered areas, including private massage, you've got bars, restaurants. Next slide. And here's some details. So what we really want to do is design a pavilion that has a few functions inside already, but then for the client to really start to appropriate or invent their own program or function in a development process for a resort or a hotel, because things change and we want to design a piece of architecture that's adaptable. And I think that that is really a huge, no, that's fine. This is good. Next slide, thanks.
Yep.
This is a huge aspect, I think, to also to post-COVID design, that the world has changed. And I think the model for how what people want to do, even when they're on holidays or they visit resorts, is becoming more dynamic. It's becoming more about wellness. It's an interest more in nature, activity-based tourism that we're finding. So on that level, we need to find the right form that will embody that. And with the wellness centers we're looking at, we're appropriating and adopting a Klein bottle concept. So the Klein bottle is a very unique form. It has an internal skin and an external skin, which is the same surface. So the interior goes into the exterior and then comes out on the other end. And we wanted to look after the one is looking in the body and soul. It has to be in the interconnectedness of the interior and exterior. together. So I think this next slide this form has a lot of potential for this kind of work, this interconnectedness in the future. Architects obviously need ideas, they need things, forms to get them going, to how to understand what to start with, a starting block, how to understand the brief of things. What we want to do is work with a lot of formal interplay forms that start to embody these concepts that we have. So we're not afraid to look at new geometries, new forms, new volumes, new spaces. Next slide, please. Nature's weaving structures. So on the right, you have a lamp or a lantern, which is a physical model. On the left, you have a Klein bottle that is twisting 3 times. And on the bottom left, that's a computer script, which is a weave. So that's a tartan weave, and that's something we're looking at with the Veya concept for the banyan tree, which is all about weaving. So as an idea, which we've seen in the past, weaving is not a new idea. How can we take the base of that? How can we look at the arts and crafts, and how can we blend it together into some architectural ideas? Is the questions that we ask ourselves. Next slide.
Okay. This one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's about natural materials, touching nature. And as mentioned earlier, we work with 5 generations of arts and crafts. Here's some examples. We run a little bit more of a vertical business where we're getting more into manufacture and fabrication, purely because we couldn't find traditional building practices that would service the client requirement. Next slide. I think it's important too that not to accept typical building methods or generic building methods. I think and I'll say this, with quite proudly, Thailand has not lost its manufacturing, whereas a lot of countries have. I might get in trouble for this, but I think the US has lost their manufacturing potential, as has the UK and a lot of countries in Europe. Here we have a thriving manufacturing potential for these kinds of unique projects. And I would not be able to do this in any other country, I don't think, apart from Thailand. So I think Thailand is a center and it's a hub of Southeast Asia. And I think we have to capitalize on what the potential of manufacturing and making is here. This has been an incredibly important aspect of our business and building up strong relationships as designers, not just with other designers, but producing a full product and for our projects. I think we can say to clients now that we can do it. We're not at the point where we're just generating ideas or concepts that are looking nice, but actually that we can produce and fabricate and build them. So it's been, that's also something we can take away from the COVID process, and what is, what's the future for post-COVID design. Next slide. So yeah, wellness and tranquility, key aspects to what we do. Next slide. And at the end of the day, we're really after grassroots sustainability in ethics, in form, materials, and working with unique construction. This project that we were talking about for Malaysia is the building will actually start to come from the sand of the site. We want to make a cementitious material. Next slide.
Oh, wow.
We've started looking also into these precedents. These are by others. Next slide. Into the therapy and treatment spaces. Next slide. And 3D printed structural studies. So we're working on a house right now where the foundations are 3D printed, and natural clay will be used to support natural forms, pretty much the way nature intended. Also, Thailand has a huge culture of brickworks and brick making, where the product is actually made in Thailand. So we're looking at that on a couple of projects as we go back into our kind of research standpoint. Next slide. And next slide. Example, the Malaysian project here shows how we can make formwork, make footings, make foundations using these technologies as well.
Oh, wow, interesting one.
So these are some 3D printed structural studies using clay materials. So yeah, the production of clay, the production of brickworks is something that is readily available in Thailand, firing bricks. So what we're looking at doing is how we would do that with 3D printed clay products or structures, and seeing how we can be innovative with new approaches that service an ecological criteria and nature-based design to be responsible to the environment, but also be overtly modern and overtly contemporary. I think the two things go hand in hand. Next slide. And next slide. So here's some examples of what those rooms would look like. And obviously we'll work with the rattan on some of the interiors. Next slide. And this is a project that we recently completed in Belgium. We took a lot away from this as well. This was all designed in COVID and was shipped from a factory 2 hours north of Bangkok all the way to Belgium.
Wow.
We never met the client, and they installed it all there themselves because they actually decided they would like a piece of Thailand in Belgium. So that's what we gave them, and the result was very, very successful. It's a factory and a co-working space for a company that does ice manufacture. So when you walk in, there's a whole series of rattan elements framing the space and breaking down the severity of all of the concrete existing spaces. Next slide. I want to jump a little bit into furnishings and talk about a product that we did call the Infinity Chair. It was released at an exhibition in COVID. We had the exhibition at the River City Gallery in Bangkok, and this piece was designed using one string of rattan that constantly weaves around. So this was all modeled digital. It was modeled in Maya and Rhino, sent to the factory and fabricated. This is now being released in the US, in New York, at the launch for interior design. Next slide. And back to an idea about continuity or uniqueness and individuality. So there's the Klein bottle again. Like the Klein bottle, the chair interweaves in and of itself and comes and forms one continuous loop, as does the table on the right. Next slide. And it's all, for us, it's all down to the details and the tactility of space. We were really forced in COVID to think about how we can work and we can convey all these things online and digital. So it was very nice to actually go and visit these things that got built that we never saw before. Next slide.
Oh, wow.
So there's a couple of prototypes that we had made up for us, and they're in the factory. And we should maybe, if a student group wants to come and see the factory one day,
sure,
we can do a tour or something like that. Maybe TJ, if we finish soon, we can actually finish on the last slide that I sent you just as a still the other day, or I can put some slides. You can just share the screen if you like.
Yeah,
we
can,
yeah, maybe next slide.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I mean, I think, you know, architecture is a platform for changing its world and its mission to spark innovation. You know, things do get solved through design, and it can have cultural and geographical significance, especially in Southeast Asia. And whether we design landscapes or seascapes, structures that succeed in gaining local, regional, and global significance, I think, are very, very important. And on that note, I'll finish this particular presentation, and I'll just forward you a few images.
Okay. Yeah, please. So I can stop this one. Yep.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can send me a picture. While waiting, I'm so interesting in the interior project that you, the first one. You build it on site, right? It's I mean the interior structure.
Yes. Yeah. That. Which one was that? Sorry, TJ.
The 3 meters height interior, you know, structure of the weaving.
Oh, the really big one?
Yeah, the really big one.
The spice and barley?
Yep.
Yeah,
in
that
Thailand,
was all...
no, the Bangkok restaurant, I think in the restaurant in Thailand, in Bangkok.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, no, that's spice and barley.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's a restaurant. That's right.
Wow.
That's 9 meters high, which is 3 stories.
So you install it on site, like?
Yes. Yeah. That's a very good question. We do a lot of our factory install. Factory production and site install.
Okay, got your pictures, and just hold on just a minute. Yep. Yeah, continue.
I'll show you something. I'm just going to take 2 images and show you what I mean. So here we've got 2 renderings, if you want to post those.
Sure.
And 2 pictures in production of fabrication.
Just let me save it and share it. Okay, it's coming. Just hold on. Forward. Okay, let me try this one. Wow. Okay, the big one. Sharing this one. Yep.
Okay, so these are images not really previously released of our airport retail space that we're doing. So they saw the success of some of our projects that we've been working with in Rattan. And they said, can you do the whole interior spaces for us?
Wow.
It's about, the airport is a total of 125,000 square meters. What we're doing is about 12,000. And so we will really want to expose the idea of an ecological environment, of an environment that's really based in nature, especially when airports are considered to be a little bit sterile or a little bit antiseptic. The client was to say, no, we really want to make a garden city.
Okay.
So here we have some renderings in the next slide.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Here we have the embracing of the concept in nature. So there's a total of 5 pods, some of them ranging between 300 square meters to 750, and they occupy all of the retail, all of the restaurants, all of the breakout spaces, and also an area for like a chill out zone, like yoga, relaxing, a playground on the top left hand side of the image. In this open space here. So yeah, the airport will service 20 million people. Savannah-Boom is, the total airport is 38. This terminal will support 20 million people. Next slide.
Oh, it's gonna be the, let me see. Okay, the video, right? Is that correct?
There's 2 screen images I sent you.
Yeah, sure. Just hold on.
Yeah, just put those on.
Yep.
So here's a detailed corner of one of the pods, and then the next panel, the next slide.
Okay.
So here's a full example of one of the mock-ups. The panel length, the size is about 5 or 6 meters high. But yeah, it's a very, very substantial project, all made using the arts and crafts of Thailand.
Wow. And then you just, export it, right? It's like to the site, right?
Yes. Yeah. These images are very fresh. They were only taken yesterday.
Wow. Okay.
So this is the first time I've shown anybody this project.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Okay. Maybe I can stop sharing here. Okay. Maybe I can take this opportunity to ask audience and maybe our participants to, Q&A and maybe sharing some idea with you. Because I
Sure.
know that you're gonna have the meeting at 2:00, right?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm a little bit busy
Yeah.
today.
Sure. No, with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
no,
about
all
that.
good. And I'm really happy. We can meet and show you some new work.
Actually, in the morning session, I think we had a question about the how you balance between using the local material, and I mean the vernacular idea of architecture, and then local material combined with the new technologies like you already did in terms of using the, and in terms of sustainability approach.
Yeah.
You have any balancing between that kind of ideas, like local?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'll just show you a couple of examples, actually. right here, what we have, and this is what they're using in the airport, is it's an engineered bamboo. So it's using bamboo, but it's making it act like a column. So you can see here, it has structural properties that perform much higher than bamboo and actually much higher than steel.
Wow.
This is a company from Scandinavia. And so these are examples of really working with, local materials available in Asia, but enhancing their properties to be able to be used in projects like airports. We're not using steel just structures anymore as a default, or we're not using, high cost woods or woods that might be endangered. Bamboo is everywhere, but this is using it. So that's one example. Another example is the, this 3D printed material or composite material of corals. And this has really been used a long time with mixes, cements, terrazzos, things like that. But it's up to the formal ideology of the architect, I think, to push that forward. And then we work a lot with 3D printing, with diagrams. And now we're looking at, actually coral structures that can do that. We're studying corals to see the porosity, because it has a lot of air inside, to see how that can be worked with, some level of ingenuity. Working with the vernacular materials is something that we've really focused on with the rattan and the bamboo. And it's about also finding the crafts that are available in this region. And I think it's an amazing level of woodworking, of rattan weaving, all those things that is right here in this country. You don't even have to go to another country to have that. It's probably some of the best examples I think you can find. Yeah. Is that helpful?
Yeah, sure. That's a great one. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, for the last, maybe comments or questions from audience, you have any questions or comments, our participants? Okay. So if you have it, like, to just put it on the chat bar, and then we can, find, other, maybe put the questions for Patrick later.
May I have one? I have one question. Hi, Patrick. My name is YC from South Korea. Hi, Patrick. Hi. I like your presentation, the free forms and weavings in between, and local friendly materials and very experimental approach, which is amazing. But I've got questions in terms of quality control on site. So you have got a very extremely free forms. So on site, do you have a certain, any strategies to provide any quality controls? Because if you're on site, always tolerance, gives a headache, So
yeah, well, this is always a problem in construction. Even if you're doing a box, what we're finding is we're making a lot more things off-site in factory conditions. The factory that you saw a picture of, we're part owner on that factory because they were doing smaller objects, and we invested in their infrastructure and made it better and bigger for bigger projects. So there's two answers here, Mr. Kim. We do a lot more work off-site and install it. So the factory, the site time is shorter. And the other one is something you cannot solve, is there's always problems on site. We have a team of installers. One of them's in his 60s. He's very professional. He's welding experience and these kinds of things. Yeah, it's something we always have to develop. It's something we are in constant development and constant trial and error. We don't have all the answers. especially when you're shipping overseas in containers. We also have logistics. We have a 3D modeling component, how the pieces can fit in the container. If it's a form, we take the form and we introduce those properties to make it fit into 3 meters by 3 meters by 18 meters container size. So it's about modularity, about components. Having said that, it depends who you're working with. For example, with the company in Belgium, that was the easiest install we could ever do because they were so amazing at putting it together. It took days, not weeks. They had scissor lifts and forklifts. So, yeah, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. There's a few answers, but not everything. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity to introduce Professor Kim is one of our keynote speaker in the morning session. He is in the Chosun University. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't attend this morning.
I know that you were so busy today. Sorry about that. Okay, I think it's time, and thank you so much, Patrick. And I hope that I will bring my student to your workshop there in Phuket. I think it's very nice and going to be a great experience for our students. Yeah.
Well, definitely, and let me know. You know, we can organize a factory visit as well. The factory visit's closer to Bangkok, so
that's great.
yeah, we'd welcome a tour if we can just schedule that, and also we do a small induction. But I think it's important for people to see the making of these projects and actually the manufacturing of it, because then that starts to inform the design process, and that's something that we've learned ourselves. And I would say to a young person or a student, you know, to start to learn how to manufacturing things in this part of the world is certainly a unique process. I think it's a very, very good time to be anywhere in Asia or in Southeast Asia right now. I think there's a lot of pioneering elements that are taking place right here, right now, yesterday, today, tomorrow. This is the essence. This is the center. This is the future of post-COVID design. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good ending. Thank you, Pratik, and see you soon. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, I think that's very good, you know, example of how, the development of the ideas from scratch and, you know, from the research based materials and everything, like the process of research, and to be the big project and how to manufacturing, I mean, the architectural elements in your design process. And next, I would like to introduce Professor Jan Hui, who's gonna be our keynote speaker for the last sessions today. And Jan is one of our staff in School of Architecture, Art and Design, especially in the English program of AIDT. And here, welcome Jan Hui.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure, clearly, yep.
It's clearly, okay. I'll just pull up my presentation and I can make a start, right? Is my presentation like full screen? Oh no, I need to share my screen first. Okay, so if I maximize, is it full screen now?
Yep, clearly, yes.
Okay, I'll make a start then. I'm assistant professor. Is it still working? I just got a notification that Zoom crashed. Anyway.
It's coming, yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jan Hui, assistant professor of architecture at KMITL University. I work within the AIDT International Program. I myself, I'm an architect, RBA, ARB registered in the UK. I started out as an architecture. I worked in corporate international practice for 12 years. And after that, I diversified into higher education 6 years ago, having worked in South Korea. And then 3 years ago, almost 4, I relocated to Thailand. My own personal focus in terms of architecture is high-speed rail stations. TOD. So today, I think I have some problems on Zoom. TJ, if there's any problems, like just let me know, right?
Hi, Jan.
Hello.
I think you're disconnect from time to time, but a short disconnection.
Turn on
Sorry,
your
maybe.
microphone.
Yeah.
TJ, I'm going to restart my computer and then rejoin.
Sure.
My internet's very fast, so you shouldn't. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Is it working right now?
Yes, great.
Okay. Hopefully connection is okay. Okay, so I share my screen.
Yes, clearly. Yeah.
Okay, it's full screen now.
Yes.
If there's any problems, just give me a shout.
Sure.
Because sometimes we just don't know
Okay,
what's on the other side. Okay, I'll start again. Hello, good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Lee and Dr. Sawatsi for hosting this 11th ACARA. and also Dr. Jamzai for organizing, TJ for organizing this workshop. Today, I'm actually going to present you a conference paper I presented at the Wessex Institute of Technology conference in October, but I've rejigged a few things to suit today's workshop. A bit about myself. I joined higher education as assistant professor 6 years ago. And prior to working in Thailand, I worked in South Korea for 3 years. And before that, I worked as an architect. Well, technically, I'm still an architect. I worked as an architect in international practice for over a decade. My own personal interests lie in high-speed rail stations, the design of that, institutional buildings, and transport-orientated developments. So before I dive into my actual presentation, because today's workshop is actually about post-pandemic, referring to COVID-19, I would like just to get the audience into the frame of mind about what is the context in Thailand in terms of COVID-19. I won't go into the global context because it's too big for me to kind of dissect today. But in Thailand, as of the 2nd of April in 2022, the country had reported a total of 3.6 million cases and over 25,000 deaths from COVID-19. So very big health event that impacted many people. But besides impacting health of people, the pandemic has heavily disrupted the country's economy, severely impacting the tourism industry, for example. So I just want to bring the audience into the frame of mind that the COVID-19 pandemic has not just affected health, but it's also affected the economy. In terms of the state of emergency, that was declared like had been cancelled on the 30th of September 2022. So I would say that the pandemic is not over, but we are moving into an endemic stage whereby we are starting to accept that we can live with COVID-19. Okay, so that's the background. Coming back to Asia, in terms of Asia, what we are witnessing in modern Asian cities is increased building and human density in cities. And due to this, it's impacting health of citizens, okay? I'm not a doctor and I'm not a scientist, but this short slide, which is backed up by research from Japan, and it's scientific, it just shows basically how COVID-19 is spread. So COVID-19 is a bit like the flu, whereby it is spread from person to person. And in this slide, there's a few ways where we can start to live with COVID-19. So one way is obviously wearing a medical mask or covering that prevents droplets from spreading from person to person. And then the second way in terms of building interiors is for better ventilation. So you could say opening the windows more, or in HVAC systems to ensure that there's enough like air changes per hour, and medical filters could be fitted in cases. Okay, I'm not going to go into detail about this, but again, it's just bringing awareness about how this is impacting our health and what we can do to mitigate it. Okay, so I think we found certain ways to mitigate this. on a human level, as well as vaccinations, of course. Okay, so what happened during this COVID-19 pandemic, or as we ease into an endemic, is that the term social distancing has become a new vocabulary or term in our day-to-day life. And here we see a picture of two people sitting together, wearing a mask, sitting distance. But I have a certain issue with this kind of terminology, because if anything, it's antisocial due to distancing. So where do we go from here? I don't think we're going to be living like this forever. Okay, it can be a way to minimize the risk of exposure. It can be, but it's not very good for human interaction. Okay, so bringing in more kind of ideas that will be relevant to my presentation is that I want to bring the term of placemaking into my talk today. So what is placemaking? Placemaking is just not about the place. It's not just about making the place, but it's about various elements connecting together to form a place where people can exercise, or they can take a walk, where density is not so big, and we achieve a certain distancing that enables us to be social, or to have more activities, such as on the slide on the left. We have the redevelopment of the harbourfront in Hong Kong, whereby harbourfront, the edge of the water has been redeveloped to enable people to exercise more. So that's one way of placemaking that's taking place in Hong Kong. And then on the right, we have Bangkok, which is the redevelopment of the Klong Ong Ang, which is the redevelopment of the canal, and again enables people to come to the site to enjoy the water and to have more retail stores and night markets. And people have been going to this. Go to the next slide. Okay, so here's a diagram which shows that placemaking has many elements to it. And by tapping into these different elements, we're able to realize maximum benefit by really tackling each segment. Okay, we're nearly towards the start of my presentation, but I came across a presentation by Tim Stoner, who is currently heading up space syntax in the UK. So space syntax is the language of space, a certain theory that analyzes cities and spaces, and how can we make better cities and spaces. So Tim Stoner has basically advocated these 6 things about how we can improve cities. So number 1 is to reduce traffic, to limit the speed of traffic to 30 kilometers. So by doing that, we improve traffic efficiency, and it's more safe for pedestrians. Can this be done in Bangkok? I think it can be done in certain places, but not every place. Number 2 is to widen pedestrian pavements and to provide dedicated bike lanes. So in Thailand, I would definitely advocate for wider pedestrian pavements, bearing in mind that Tim Stoner is based in the UK and we are based in a more Asia context. He also encourages more seating in shaded areas and better natural ventilation so people can start to enjoy the areas outside. Number 4 is to create more hybrid shared activities, for example, leisure, working, sporting, that are combined, that enable different range of activities to take place in the public realm. And number 5 is quite interesting as well, because a lot of retail has actually shifted online. During COVID-19, we've relied a lot on deliveries of food. We're buying a lot of things online that physical retail stores sometimes become vacant, empty, but he sees this as an opportunity to actually release more premium space within the city that can be used for other users. And then lastly, he talks about the shift of working patterns that has occurred during COVID-19. For example, today, we are not at a physical workshop, we're online. I have a home office, and we can all be remotely located, but coming together on a digital platform whereby we are still able to do this workshop. So basically, we know that there's different types of working kind of patterns and behaviors now. We are doing more team-based works, maybe outside, and then we're doing solo work remotely. Okay, so through this pandemic, our behavior has changed, whether it's lifestyle, as Patrick just spoke about, lifestyle, wellness, these things have changed, and so has work. Work has changed as well. Okay, so what I'm advocating today is that I'm advocating that placemaking is a viable solution for in reference to today's workshop. Placemaking is a viable solution for post-pandemic frontier. That's what I'm advocating today, and that's what I'm going to home into today. I believe through what has happened over the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years, is that it is something negative that has happened, but due to something negative, I do believe an opportunity exists within the architecture and urban realm, whereby we are able to use design or to design better cities or architecture or interior design to create a more resilient future. And we should also anticipate the next crisis. And the reason why I say that is because looking back actually to year 2002, in Hong Kong, there was SARS-CoV #1, first version. That happened and it really impacted the city of Hong Kong. But luckily at that time, the virus did not spread globally. It did go to a few different cities by air travel, but the impact was not as big as SARS-CoV-2, which we have just experienced. As an architect, my viewpoint is that the next pandemic or next threat, it could be just around the corner. We don't know what it is, but we need to, within our disciplines, to design a more resilient future in terms of Asian cities. So that's hopefully my message that I'm going to deliver today. Okay, so moving on to my actual presentation. As I said, I presented this presentation at the Wessex Institute of Technology. As it has been presented formally, I thought I'd bring it to the table today to share with the audience because I think it's relevant. The title is Reinventing the Image of Cities Using the Element of Water, International Case Studies of Waterfront Urban Developments. So where we are starting from is that we are saying that human settlements throughout history has always been connected to the water, whether it's the river or the harbor, or in some cases lakes. But during industrialization period, and even before that, is that a lot of the time the water was used for transport, like sea, like shipping, mainly for those things. But post-industrialization, the use of water has changed. Now we have air travel, we have rail transport, we have multiple means of transport that the usage of the water has changed. Hence, this provides an opportunity for us to come back to near the water, and the water's edge becomes a viable means for development, which I'll go into more detail later. Okay, you might have guessed the title of this presentation is actually playing along the book by Kevin Lynch, The Image of the City. And in the book, which I'm sure many of you have come across already, Kevin Lynch describes, what are the elements of the city and how do we as the user perceive the city? And I've included a few of his terms that he uses in his book. So what we are saying in our presentation is that city planners and as well as developers and architects, we're using the water, which I'll show you a few examples later, to actually reinvent the image of the city. So we have the existing image of the city, but we're reinventing it via development along the water's edge. And we see this as an opportunity, especially in modern Asian cities, whereby the water's edge actually presents an opportunity to create spaces that conform to placemaking, which I introduced at the beginning of the presentation. I think we must touch on sustainability. So sustainability can be defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The regeneration of urban waterfronts is an important process for the sustainable and effective development of urban spaces, regional cultures, and market economies. Besides sustainability as a key theme, we also identified that arts and culture also plays an important role within these urban waterfront developments. So I'm not going to read you the slide, but after assessing the urban case studies, we have found that arts and culture is a common thread that is used to create vibrancy within these urban developments quite successfully. So on the right-hand side, we have a artwork display in the city of Liverpool in the UK, next to the Tate. Okay, so I'm going to bring you into these 4 international case studies that we researched, and we found the findings, and we tried to synthesize it and to see what is common between these case studies and what is different and what is similar, of course. So the first case study is the port of Casablanca in Morocco, and here you see like a historical photograph. And then this is an image of the new development that they've built in front, or I would say adjacent to the mosque. The main thing I'm trying to draw the audience to is that the use of water has changed over, let's say, the period of 200 years' time. That now the water is not used for transport or shipping because new shipping, like dedicated shipping ports have been built and relocated to another place. Thereby, it's freeing up the water's edge to create these new urban master plans. So then the first project I'm talking about is the Casablanca Marina Project Development, CMPD. The primary hub focus is business and social. It's located, as I said before, next to the Hassan II Mosque. And in red, I've highlighted the boundary. It's a mega project. And we can see through the 3D renderings that is creating a lot of new public space, places where we desire to be outside and creating new additional civic spaces. Okay. But besides looking at pretty images, the main key points I'm trying to draw in about these kind of urban developments on the water's edge is that it brings economic, social, and cultural benefits as a result of these projects. So the economic benefit of this project would be it's creating a new business hub in the city. Socially, it's providing large open public spaces for citizens, and culturally, there's new facilities like theaters and plazas. So there's an overlapping synergy about what are the benefits of such projects. Moving on, Hong Kong, which I've spent quite a bit of time there, living there and working there. We are looking at the Victoria Harbour, Hong Kong Island in the background, and Kowloon on the side of mainland China. And again, we see probably 50 years, more than 50 years ago, probably early 1900s, I'm guessing. We see the harbour is being used for shipping, basically a deep water port. But as the city industrialized, the shipping port was moved to a dedicated shipping port, thereby freeing up the water. And now we see the modern picture of Hong Kong, the current day, and you can see that Hong Kong Island in the background, and then we can see Kowloon side, and we see the Victoria Harbour on the present day. So the scheme I'm bringing you into is called the West Kowloon Cultural District, WKCD, which is predominantly arts and cultures driven. The orientation of the site is facing the CBD, the Central Business District in Hong Kong. And again, this scheme is heavily focused on arts and culture. For example, on the left, we have the new Hong Kong Palace Museum, which displays artworks from Beijing loaned to Hong Kong. And it's a dedicated museum of arts, of Chinese arts. So again, we can see the overlapping synergies of socio-economical and cultural benefits. Besides providing arts and culture facilities, I think quite an important element of this is it actually provides affordable housing as well. Not a lot, but it's doing that, and I think that's an important message in terms of these kind of developments, that the mix of uses should be balanced. Yeah. And then the third case study is Liverpool in the United Kingdom. And then here we see the historical photo again. It's very industrial. The water's edge was used as docks and shipping, and we can see it's not a place, it doesn't conform to placemaking at that time. I presume that people could walk along the backside of the docks, but the docks were used more for like a shipping function. And then we come to the present day, and we see actually the water's edge and the usage of the water has changed, that it's no longer about just shipping, but what's happened is that it's allowed the water's edge to be freed up and to allow developers to utilize this as an opportunity to build new urban urban spaces for citizens that is focused on placemaking. And in this case, it's related to arts and culture again. So we see that arts and culture can be a driving force to create these new spaces, as well as to attract developers, which is very important as well. But on the left, we see highlighted in red the extent of the Liverpool waterfront development. We can see on the bottom right, the historical buildings, for example, the Royal Liver, the Cunard building, and the Port of Liverpool building, which is known as Liverpool's Three Graces. Liverpool is a bit different to Hong Kong, because in Liverpool, it's utilizing a lot of historical buildings and then mixing in contemporary. Whereas in Hong Kong, and especially on the Kowloon side, there's no historical buildings in that area. So we see, from what we see so far, is that each site also has its uniqueness, certain attributes that we should retain, work with, but the schemes have a lot of similarities as well. Okay, I'm not going to read this slide, but they are, again, identified overlapping synergies. And then we come to the last case study, which personally I'm very interested in this one, but I don't know enough about it. I'll explain to you why. But this is the Shanghai case study. And again, we're looking at the historical photo, and we can see that the usage of the river, in this case, the Huangpu River, which connects into the Yangtze River and then towards the sea. We can see that it was used for shipping mainly, and we do not see that the water's edge is a place where you can access very easily. And then coming to the modern day, the last time I visited Shanghai was for the World Expo, I believe in 2000, I can't remember, I believe quite a while ago. But you can see the building on the right. One of the certain buildings have been retained from the expo, but the majority of the buildings on the expo have already been demolished. But the site we're interested is actually across the bridge. And we'll go into that on the next slide. So again, this is the, let me get the name correct. This is the West Bund development, which is it's built as a new international financial center. So we all know that the center of Shanghai is in Pudong and Puxi, but actually, because Shanghai has expanded so much that the city's government has actually decided to build a new financial center, but it's a bit relocated further away from the city center. So again, we see we see some similarities here again, that the arts and culture plays a certain role within this kind of development. We can see a lot more open spaces being built for the enjoyment of citizens. And I think common to all these schemes is that all these schemes are designed in such a way that a promenade is built on the river edge or the harbor front to enable people to be very close to the water. You can enjoy the good view, the better ventilation, which we talked about in the opening. But essentially, within the Asian context, I would argue that these schemes are actually creating more parkscape within a very dense city, because we all know that cities in Asia have developed very quickly. We've entered like rapid modernization, but one of the negative things of rapid modernization is that we might have neglected the need for more open space. But I guess through our experience of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're reaching an endemic now, is that we realize that it's super important to have more open space, to have more green space, to have less density, to be able to, even if you live in a very dense condo, at least to be able to get outside very quickly and not so far away, to be able to get some space for wellness or fitness, a place where you can just get some fresh air. I think that's the things we have identified. Again, the economical, social, and cultural benefits, the overlapping. I would say that whatever we build, there always needs to be an economical backing to it. Otherwise, it will never happen. But most importantly is that we must have social and cultural benefits, as well as health benefits that I would say improve the quality of life of citizens within dense modern Asian cities. Okay, we're nearing the end of my presentation, but what we did, the reason why we picked these 4 schemes is that because on this research, there were 4 researchers, myself, Dr. Emma Roberts in the UK, Dr. Rashida in South Korea, and an ex-student of mine based in Seoul. And due to this international mix and dispersion of researchers, it enabled us, because of our wider knowledge, to actually pick international case studies, bring it to the table, but to look at it in a way to see what are the similarities and differences, because more and more, I think, globally, we are facing very similar challenges, especially in Asia. In Asian cities, I think we're all facing very similar things, but in terms of getting answers to what we need to do, I am in a very strong belief that we need to look more globally, more internationally, to see what things have been done already, and then to synthesize, synthesize it, and I guess sift through it, but then apply it to the Asian context, and then to find solutions about what we need to do post-pandemic. Just drawing back to Hong Kong, is that the West Kowloon Cultural District, I believe the project started 10 years ago, but it's not due to be finished in at least another probably 10 to 15 years. So we're talking about a very long project span of these mega urban projects, but I would say that these projects are built to allow citizens to be inspired, especially to be exposed to more natural elements, more parkscapes. But I would say that if we are to deal with, what is happening next post-pandemic, is that we need to have a very long-term view about what are we going to do and what are the solutions? Because the solution is not just implementing something tomorrow. That's the message I'm trying to bring today. But hopefully these schemes, the way I see it, is that if it's finished in the next decade or so, is that it actually enables the next generation of designers and citizens to understand what is the good quality space in the city, and hopefully that has a knock-on effect for cities in Asia to develop in a more I use the word sustainable way. Okay, I'll just go through A, B, C, D, E because it is a conclusion. The findings that we found was that the waterfront developments are very different in size, location, and the type of water bodies is different. There are some strong similarities in terms of economic, cultural, and social. So the message is that these things must be considered, especially in these kind of mega developments. I would add in that transport is also important. That should be considered to work together. All 4 projects exhibit a high urban design quality illustrated through diverse building programming, flexibility in design, very important when we're talking about disruption from things, unknown things. We might face further unknown things that we don't know in the next 5 to 10 years. So flexibility in design and space usage. And ensuring connectivity with public transportation and continuity with the existing urban tissue. We should not be designing something that just plugs in and doesn't relate to anything, but it should work with the existing urban city. The projects are also characterized by high functional quality through good accessibility. This morning, we touched upon inclusivity, accessibility, and consideration for old age people or disabled groups. There should be a high level of security, safety, connection, service provision. But this all contributes to an enjoyable experience for all citizens. So everybody should be able to use these spaces and in terms of accessing the public realm. On the environmental level, the respect and adoption of environmental policies by governments is evident. Is evident. So there's a sustainable drive to these projects as well. So coming to the conclusion, I think you can just read it, but I think what I've presented today is that I'm trying to focus on opportunity by especially highlighting that we've experienced something negative, but we should try to see this as an opportunity in terms of urban design. I myself, I'm an architect, but through my research in higher education, I've started to expand a bit and to look at things from the urban realm. I personally don't know enough about Thailand, but I'm learning more about this place the more I live here. But I just wanted to end by showing a historical photo of the Chao Phraya River. And then the modern day, a photo, beautiful photo of that. So I just want to end that there's an opportunity that exists. But we as designers, architects, and urban designers or planners, we must anticipate the next crisis and not let it overcome us. And lastly, I would advocate designing Asian cities for a more resilient future. So I want to end on a positive note. Some references from the paper we presented. And that's it from me. So I would like to thank Dr. TJ for organizing this and giving me the opportunity to present with other distinguished keynote speakers this morning as well and afternoon. I was very inspired and enlightened by all the talks I heard about today. It really put my thinking cap on because what I liked about today was that we touching on very different scales and looking at the problems from really multiple angles. That's really mind expanding. I do think the good thing that's happened from this is that I believe that more disciplines are talking together now. For example, KMITL hosted the medical and wellness conference recently. So that was mainly involving like medical disciplines. And then today there's a range of disciplines related to the built environment. That's also touching on many very different aspects. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if we combine all four, contents from our four speakers together, we can see the whole pictures of, what we can do, what we can prepare, what we need to consider, in the next future for prevent the next, next pandemics or, I hope that we haven't, we will not see that soon. For the next session, maybe we can ask our new generation, to share or ask questions about. Actually, you can ask about the Patrick presentation and also Jan story. And I think what Jan already mentioned about the case studies, right? After COVID, I think I realized that all, people need more social, but we still need to protect ourselves from something. But so the key is that designing the public space have a lot of details to talk about in terms of, activities or behavior, so we need to consider about that. That's a really great one. Any question or comments from audience, students, and colleagues? Okay. No, that's all right. Okay. I think we can come to the end of Ajahn Antika. Yeah, do you want to say something? Yeah, please.
Oh, just it's very fruitful. All of the experience sharing, particular in the afternoon session that we learned from. Actually, we learned about ourselves, Thailand context, right? But from the different perspective, someone who travel or learning or understanding Thailand from afar. But when we look closely to what the resource that we have, for example, from Patrick work, actually he realized the emerging between the local material, local know-how, plus including and welcome to the new technology that can really enhancing the local material to be more sustainability. And for Jan, you're looking to the process of learning as well, not only for the practice. I think it's a good combination in this whole afternoon. And I really agree that when people face about the pandemic and we realize that our capital is about the good health, and the role of the architects or urban designer is very important, because if you want to harvest or collect your healthy, cannot invest only short time or just after pandemic or just during the pandemic, but we can do something collectively by the role of architect, create the space that make people keep and stay healthy. I think it's very important perspective to look forward for in the near future, teaching, learning, and practice, that we think about the local material, the local resource, the local capital that we have, and then in any circumstance to come what may, whatever, the changing of the future, either the climate change or even another pandemic, or actually now we in some part of the world facing the war. So I think the role of architect and designers much more important now and then in the near future. And I like to take this opportunity to thank you not only for the AUA that to see and to vision the collaboration amongst different countries all around Asia, and then we can link ourselves and connect to the world in the wider context, like John from European countries or Patrick from Australia, and for this morning as well. So, and I'm from Korea, right? And I think if we can, join in together and can run something like it could be academic or practice workshop, and do something like exchange and keep this momentum continuously, that could really help the next generation, because maybe not our role anymore to do things. It's not a doer or a making of something else, but if we can transfer this knowledge to the next generation, I think it's their time to create something which is really exciting to see about their thought about tomorrow. Okay, and most of all, I have to thank you to TJ. You have worked so hard to try and prepare and to be upfront to this work, and you run it very well. And who are in the back of the house now is Kun Uy Prapat. He's really helped to run this talk and tomorrow as well. Very smooth. Okay, Dr. Lee, you're still here with us. Would you like to have your input from these sessions?
I thought that today's workshop might bring out new theories and terms from Asia.
Yeah.
The reason is the theme of the workshop is post-pandemic affects the next frontier of future architecture. So, but I confirm that there was no recognition of being Asian. Yeah, just joking. So as I said in the morning session, the urban design, the three typical kinds of urban design, and most of architectural theory in the world is come from the West, and also the Western response to the, but the Western response to the corona pandemic is failing. The latter Asian has dealt with it better, and the number of deaths is overwhelmingly small. So I'd like to know why. And also, the beginning of the 20th century, the modernization led by Western countries, so introduced the four perspectives. One is economic modernization, and the political modernization, and the social modernization, and the last one is a cultural modernization. But as an Asian, there was a resistance to the modernization of culture. So I expect the new theory and the practice is from Asia. So tomorrow I expect, and then I'd like to confirm it from the young architect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think yeah, we can take a group photo again, so for the ending session. So yeah, could we please I just want to remind audience to, if you can turn on your camera. Oh, thank you. Oh, and you can see a lot of students and participants still there.
to see the lovely face still with us, even today and tomorrow. Okay. Good Uy, you ready?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for audience. And yeah, as you are the contestants, so prepare yourself and don't be so exciting. So, so just
TJ, would you like to remind them about the timing for each?
Yeah, sure. You have a 5 minutes presentation, and 5-minute presentation, and then plus with the 30-second video clip, right? I think Yoshiro already sent you the email for the details. Yep. So, and you need to prepare yourself in advance. I mean, you know your cue already, so prepare yourself in advance. Yeah. Okay, see you soon. See you tomorrow and have a nice evening.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, your Ichiro as well. He just came up to see.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye-bye. And for you, you want to have another short meeting or okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.